Good evening, everyone.
Michelle, how are you?
I'm great, Dr. Puig. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
Ms. Prado, Mr. Rodriguez, I can't see.
Prado, good evening. Michelle, how are you, ma'am?
I'm
Good
great.
evening.
How are you? Mr. Rasco, hello.
Hello. Sorry, I was making sure I have multiple doors between myself and the barking dogs. Probably won't do any good, but it's an effort.
It's understandable. Ms. Alderete, hello.
Mrs. Alderete, I like your background there.
We are on a little family trip, so it's beautiful.
I love the dedication there, ma'am. That looks very nice.
Thank you. Hello, Miss Arciniega.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Susan. Hi, everyone. This is
Hello.
Gladys with Communities and Schools.
Good evening, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. I believe we're waiting on Mr. Flores, Ms. Shirley Barapena. Does anyone see Mr. Flores?
Oh, are you muted?
No, I'm not.
Got about one more minute here. Okay, I have 6 o'clock. Is everybody ready? We are ready. Good evening, everyone. The meeting of the South San Antonio Independent School District Board of Trustees will now come to order. Today is August 19, 2020. Time is 6 p.m. Michelle, we can have a roll call, please.
Ms. Stacy Alderete,
Present.
Mr. Gilbert Rodriguez,
Present.
Mrs. Connie Prado,
Present.
Miss Shirley Ibarra Peña,
Michelle, Miss Ibarra Pena did message me that she would be minutes late.
okay, Mr. Homer Flores,
Here.
Mr. Kevin Rasco,
Present.
Miss Veronica Barba.
Thank you, Michelle. We'll certainly recognize her when she joins. Thank you, Michelle. If we can all participate in the Pledge of Allegiance, we do have a quorum present. Pledge of Allegiance, Texas Pledge, prayer, and our call to action.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas Pledge, honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Please bow your head in prayer. Lord, as we gather today at this meeting, we ask that you will be in our midst. Help us to make decisions that will be pleasing to you. Lord, let this meeting be productive and help us to keep you at the forefront of our minds. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Call to action. All students enjoy successful education experiences, empowering them to make decisions while enriching their lives and the future they create.
Thank you for that, Michelle. A few special notes before we get started here. The board shall not tolerate disruption of the meeting by members of the audience or individual board members. Persons attending board meetings shall not delay, interrupt, or disrupt the proceedings or refuse to obey the orders of the presiding officer. Any disruption will result in immediate removal of members of the public and possible action of the board to remove disruptive individual board members. The use of cellular phones and sound-activated pagers are prohibited during the meetings. All participants are asked to mute themselves until they are recognized. Board members, before we move into the agenda, I'd like to propose a change of order. I would like to move under discussion and possible action, item number 3, discussion and possible action to approve an alternative West Campus High School logo. I'd like to move that right after consent and right before presentation and reports. Here, no objection is so ordered. The first item on the agenda is the superintendent, citizens to be heard. Mr. Rasco.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. In accordance with District Policy BED Local, the board encourages citizens to make their comments, concerns, and ideas known to the board during the Citizens to be Heard segment of the meeting. A person wishing to address the board should have submitted their comments via email to schoolboard@southsanisd.net prior to this evening's board meeting. At regular board meetings, the board shall permit public comment regardless of whether the topic is an agenda item posted with notice of the meeting. At all other board meetings, public comment shall be limited to items on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. The SSA ISD board seeks to conduct its meetings in a polite, professional manner and would appreciate citizens' comments being shared in a similar fashion. The board requests that citizens not refer to individual students or employees by name during citizen comments. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes per BED local policy. The presiding officer may modify this time at his discretion based on the number of citizens who submitted comments. As well, the board is not permitted to discuss or act upon any issues that are not posted on the agenda for tonight's meeting. Mr. Rodriguez, at this time, we have one citizen to be heard. Mr. Tom Cummings, are you on the line with us?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. When you're ready, I'll go ahead and start the timer for you.
Thank you, Mr. Rasco. My name, President Rodriguez, members of the board, Dr. Puig. My name is Tom Cummins, and I'm representing South San AFT. About a year ago, we reported to you on an AFT survey on student behavior. The Student Code of Conduct states that students shall not display or use a cell phone during the school day. In our survey, teachers on most campuses reported that this provision, many cell phones were disruptive both in the classroom and on campus. The same problems existed with profanity or vulgar language and the dress code. On many campuses, when teachers enforced these rules, they were not supported by the administration. Rules should be enforced and teachers should be supported. The district must recognize that students will have cell phones and make rules which are enforceable. Dress codes must be reasonable and enforced. Profanity or vulgar language must not be tolerated and must be met with appropriate consequences. Please address this. You have the student code of conduct on the agenda tonight, and we would appreciate what you could do there. Regarding our current teaching situation, it goes without saying that face-to-face instruction is far superior to online instruction. While teachers desperately want to be back in their classrooms with their students, the health and safety of students, their families, and employees is and should continue to be the top concern. Online instruction from home provides this. It also helps to curb community spread of the coronavirus. We thank Dr. Puig for his leadership in keeping this priority. In the consultation committee meeting this week, we brought up our concern with the amount of time teachers are spending on camera with their students. For many, this is a 5.5-hour day on camera, which is an extremely long and stressful day when it is online instruction. And teachers also deal with call from parents and administrators, as well as technology problems, all at the same time. We ask that the schedules be revised to deal with these frustrations. Ms. Cedrion assured the committee all is being reviewed and that the teachers will be surveyed for their opinions on what works and what doesn't work, with adjustments made necessary where beneficial. We were pleased to hear that, and I can assure you that teachers are looking forward to having their voices heard. Again, we appreciate Dr. Puig working collaboratively with teachers and support personnel and moving South San forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cummins. And Mr. Rodriguez, that concludes the citizens to be heard at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Rasco. The chair recognizing that there are no further citizens to be heard. The next item on the agenda is the superintendent's remarks. No action report only. Dr. Puig.
Thank you, President Rodriguez and trustees, and good evening to all. I would like to begin my superintendent remarks with recognitions, and I would like to begin with some folks that are retiring. And I'll say this, the folks that we are about to name have invested most of their professional lives to our beloved district through teaching and guiding and nurturing our children on to successful lives and careers. And we have been lucky to have them as members of our family. And we wish we had given them an opportunity to have this recognition in person, given the circumstances. We're still going to make this a nice celebratory presentation and would certainly like to come back to these folks when the time is right and honor them in person. So with that, please join me in congratulating these district champions for their education to the South San ISD family. I will begin with Carrillo, and I want to say thank you to, we have Pamela Diaz, Jennifer Farrell, Denise Purser, and look at the years of service there, 22 years for Mrs. Diaz, Mrs. Farrell, 25 years, Mrs. Purser, 31 years at just a tremendous amount of service to our children, making a difference in their lives. So thank you very much. Dwight Middle School, we'd like to recognize our nurse of 20 years, Maria Pero, 17 years. Tremendous at Dwight, thank you. At Five Palm Elementary School, Cecilia Gonzalez and Cecilia Sparks, 20 and 21 years respectively. Thank you. Wow, we really respect their service. Hutchins Elementary School, we have Guadalupe Cisco, Alicia Salazar, Clara Platt, and Cheryl Naminsky. Thank you all so much for your service. Look at those years of service. Remarkable. And moving on to Palo Alto Elementary School, we'd like to thank Lucy Guzman, Orlinda Cervantes for their service to Palo Alto Elementary School, 16 and 20 years. At Price Elementary School, Liz Pineda, assistant principal for 28 years. Patricia Granado, instructional assistant at risk for at-risk population, 28 years. So again, tremendous service to our children. Thank you all. And South San High School, Richard Waring, James Starak, and Dennis Lanier for their service to South San ISD. Thank you all. And at Zamora Middle School, Mary Jane Gadasa, Marcus Booker, 28 and 27 years there. Amazing service to our education field. And at Transportation, Maria Fernandez, 19 years of service in the Transportation Department. Thank you. And our warehouse personnel, Rudy Anthony, warehouse assistant, 30 years. And Jose Fernandez, our maintenance worker, 29 years. So again, our district is profoundly grateful for their service. Each and every one of you have made us better with your talent, your commitment, and contributions. And so let's embrace the road ahead and enjoy what you, not your retirement, but what are you retiring to next? Thank you all. God bless you all. And continuing with the recognitions this evening, I would like to also celebrate the wildly successful school supply drive and our partners that helped make that so wildly successful. And I'd like to recognize the SAS folks who provided the school supplies at the elementary schools, just as they do every year. And also the back to school supplies and the national educational systems who provided supplies for the middle schools and high school and pre-K students. So I want to recognize those folks for their partnership. And also a special thank you to our directors and principals and teachers and students as we begin to navigate the first week and a half here virtually. They're doing a tremendous job. Our food service folks are out in the field. It's hot and serving with a smile. The grounds crew out there trying to make each campus scream welcome, even though you're not here physically. Look at our campuses and how well they are manicured. Our custodial staff, the police officers, and of course, last but not least, and I didn't mention everyone here, but certainly technology is working around the clock to ensure our kids have the devices and our teachers are in a platform that they can be successful. And then it's the responsiveness of the technology folks, I think, that I want to celebrate. And really a special thank you to our parents. And I want to appreciate our parents and guardians for extending to us their grace and their patience and their humility and their understanding as we all work through this together. And indeed, we are family, and we are literally all in this together, not just here in South San, but in the world. And so I want to thank our parents for that. Also, just real quick, a few more recognitions to our master plumber, Rene Lopez, and then the support he's receiving from Chad Doucette. We had some urgent needs to do some gas pressure testing late past week and then over the weekend, and they executed and came together to make sure that happened, and they did it with a smile, and I'm really grateful for that. I also want to recognize a trustee tonight. Kevin Rasco just celebrated his 21st birthday, and on August 16th. And now, you know, he shares a birthday with director James Cameron and hockey star Carey Price, and also musical icon Madonna. So gives you a window into Mr. Rasco and kind of.
Hey, I've only been 21 for 20 years, so it's all good.
And then really a special thank you to the folks at the City of San Antonio who partnered with us at Kazin Middle School through the month of July to provide COVID testing and conducted 13,361 tests for our community for folks that might not otherwise have had the opportunity. So thank you to the City of San Antonio. I'd like to then move on to our COVID response. And as Mr. Cummings said, and we can't stress this enough, you know, the safety and the well-being of our teachers and staff during this time and broader community, and us doing our part to ensure everyone's safety and well-being and us controlling the virus. We continue to operate in a remote environment. And it's important that we understand the gravity of how South San community has been disproportionately affected by the virus. And so it's important that we understand why we are doing what we're doing, and we've got to protect each and every child and each and every adult in our community. And with that, we are using data. We are specifically making it about people first and leading with data. And we are specifically looking at the public health department here in San Antonio, their metrics for community infection, and looking at the Bexar County's weekly school opening indicators. And they're using a red, yellow, green model that we are following to really inform our pandemic operational response. And looking again at the red, which basically says if we are in the red zone, which we are, in-person instruction is not recommended. If we're in the yellow, when we get to the yellow, because we are going to make progress, and if you look at the data, we are making progress. And I appreciate the mayor's very measured response about that progress, and keeps encouraging all of us to do our part to maintain the momentum in that progress. But the yellow basically says if in-person is offered, when the data says it is offered, that we prioritize our special needs populations, our at-risk populations, and really those kids and children that have limited resources. And eventually we will get to the green, where some in-person will begin to be phased in a very low density way. And so those are some of the things we're looking at. And then just a quick remark on enrollment. We're at 7457 and climbing quickly. So we're very, very encouraged by the enrollment numbers given the situation that we're in. Chairman Rodriguez, those are my remarks this evening. Thank you.
Dr. Puig, thank you very much for those kind remarks, and certainly those recognitions. Moving on to the next item on the agenda are the board president's comments. So first, I'd like to start by welcoming everyone back, all of our students, our staff, certainly our community, and all of our partners. Thank you all for your commitment, for all the planning and the collaboration that took place so that we were prepared to welcome all of our students back virtually. Certainly, thank you to Dr. Puig and my fellow board members for putting safety first and letting the science and the data drive our decision-making. I'd also like to share that recently on Saturday, August 8th, the Board of Trustees participated in a board workshop/retreat. So I want to thank my colleagues for availing themselves and committing their Saturday to participate. A few highlights from that where we had some good conversations that were centered around good governance and team trust. We talked about our strengths, our weaknesses, certainly our opportunities, and what the next steps are for us as a governing body moving forward. I would like to afford a couple of seconds to my fellow board members to kind of just talk about, I know leading up to that retreat, Dr. Puig had given each of us some homework. He gave us all a book to read that was called 10 Questions Every School Board Member Should Ask. That's by Mr. Ken Odom Jr. So I'll go first, and and then I'll recognize other board members should they choose to comment on that specific read or on the board retreat in general. So what stuck out to me was in that book was chapter 10, where it was the last chapter, and it's titled, "What Can You Do Now?" And I'll quote from that book that says, "The American education system has become embedded as a part of our fabric of our social lives. This is one of its enduring strengths, right? It is also one of its greatest weaknesses. We have institutionalized education. We have become beholders to its traditions and wedded to its structure in such a way that evolution has slowed and in some cases has stopped. So we have to be innovative. We have to be cutting edge. We have to have purpose with our vision and our mission with regards to our school district to ensure that we are providing a true quality public school education." Everyone knows that I'm a football guy, big time football guy. And I'm in Texas. I recognize I'm in San Antonio, Texas, so I won't share who my favorite team is. Some of you already know. But Peyton Manning once noted that there are two types of people in this world: people who make things happen and people who wonder what just happened. And I certainly have extreme confidence in our superintendent, Dr. Puig, and my fellow colleagues that we will make things happen. At this time, I would like to afford any board member that would like to be recognized and maybe make a comment or two about the book or about the retreat. Mr. Flores?
Thank you, Board President. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, I always have to ask. I just want to say a couple of things. One is that when this book arrived in the district mail and I was told to read it, I couldn't believe that I was given like the homework. And so I let it sit for a week before I actually opened it up, because I said, you know, I haven't been given an assignment like this in a long time, and the superintendent pretty much directed me to read it from front to back. And it's a short read, but I would like to say that it was beneficial to me. It meant a lot to me reading it. It helped me to reflect, to look at why I'm doing what I'm doing. And it helped me to look into or take a peek at other trustees and their thought processes and what they think and what they felt were strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threats on, from their perspective. But if there was one thing that stood out to me was a chapter, and like the board president, Mr. Rodriguez said he had a chapter, and I spoke about it, in our retreat. But it was chapter 3, and there was at the beginning of the chapter there was a scripture, and it says, "Where there is no vision, the people perish." And I thought about every person that has a role in the district, from our top gun superintendent to the custodial services, to the bus drivers, to the teachers, to the child nutrition, everybody that has to come together to go in one direction. And that is a lot of pieces to move. That is a lot for the needle to move. And I'm impressed, given the time that we're in, how we're still moving forward. And so I appreciate it. I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the read. I want to thank Dr. Puig, Dr. Gropel, and Dr. Gilcrease for allowing us to have a retreat. I thought maybe we'd get away, but it didn't work. But we were at home in the confines of our home, and I'll tell you, it drove a stake in my heart to say, you know what? There are people that actually care. There are people that are going to go out of their way to do what they need to do to take care of our kids. And me having a grandson starting in kindergarten at Benavides, it just became much more. I just became that much more appreciative of what everybody is doing. And so I'm grateful. I just want to thank again those that hosted it for us, and I hope we do it again soon.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Flores. Any other board members would like to make a comment? Ms. Alderete?
I'd like to echo what both Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Flores said. It's really good to see that a superintendent in such a short period of time is making that investment into the board, right? Taking the time out to give us something to look at. It shows that it's a cohesive relationship. It's not, something where the board is in charge and the superintendent's over here. This is literally a team effort, and it shows that he's helping us to grow, right, as a board. I think that retreat really taught us a few things. It showed us how to be and how not to be. And I'm really proud to serve. I'm proud to serve alongside Dr. Puig and some of my colleagues that have really pushed hard. And thank you, Dr. Gropel and Dr. Gilcrease. You've really invested in us as a board, and you've put your time and your effort into this board to make it what you see today, and us moving forward in a positive direction and not backwards like everybody's so used to. So thank you all, and I look forward to see what's to come.
Thank you for those comments. Mr. Rasco, did you want to be recognized? Or Ms. Prado, I'm sorry, Ms. Prado.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I too want to thank Dr. Puig for bringing us together as a board. We hadn't had that in a long time, and I thought it was very well done. I don't like to read big books. The small read was excellent. I did it in 2 days because, like Mr. Flores said, we had a homework assignment, and we hadn't done that in years. But the book that you gave us was kind of reminiscent of the book, Who Moved My Cheese? So I really did like it, and I thank you so much. It was very informative, and I hope we have more to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prado. Mr. Rasco?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. And so I'm gonna join the choir here. And as a friend of mine likes to say, the wonderful thing about preaching to the choir is that we're able to join our voices and sing more beautifully. And so I don't mind preaching to the choir here, but this has been a great year that I've been on the board. And what I see that this book focused on was the concept of making this all about the kids and making this all about improving our community and keeping kids first. And that's one of the things I love about this board, is that's what motivates everyone here, and that's what the conversations are about and all the work. And so it's really gratifying, Dr. Puig, to see you come in and focus, our attention even more so on that. Yeah, and preaching to the choir never hurts. So thank you for that, Dr. Puig. It was a great little read, and so I'm back in school, so it was just added to my homework, Dr. Puig. But it was still worth the time. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Rasco, certainly for those comments. I don't believe. Are there any of the board members that would like to make comments?
I'm right here, Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Barba, please. Yes, ma'am.
I want to thank Dr. Puig for this book. I really enjoyed reading it. I learned a lot, little time that I've been a trustee, and it was very interesting. Thank you.
It certainly was, Ms. Barba. Thank you. Thank you for those comments. So I will, a couple of more points here. I'm certainly, it's a good segue into, I'm really excited about the potential governance training that we have on the horizon, possibly with the Mo Casey and TASB. So, hopefully we're able to move down that path. And it's certainly going to be an exciting and opportunistic year. And like Dr. Puig says, we are all going to seize the future together. So thank you very much, board members. Certainly thank you very much for your leadership, Dr. Puig. The next item on the agenda is the consent items. And we have 14 consent items. Number 1 is approval of the board minutes for April 22nd, May 1st, June 2nd, June 17th, June 25th, August 8th. Item number 2, approval of the contract with Child Plus University. Item number 3, approval for the 2020-2021 MOU with the San Antonio Education Partnership. Item number 4, approve the contract between the Intercultural Development Research Association and SSA ISD. Number 5, approval of the August budget amendment. Number 6, approve the request to rescind a teacher's resignation. Item number 7, affiliation agreement between South San Antonio ISD and Alamo Community College on behalf of St. Philip's College. Item number 8, approve the MOU between Bexar County Juvenile Board and SSA ISD. Item number 9, approve the MOU between the Boy Scouts of America, Alamo Area Council Incorporated, and SSA ISD. Item number 10, approve the purchase of Amplify M-Class Screener and Comprehension Assessment. Item number 11, approve the MOU between Our Lady of the Lake University and SSA ISD. Item number 12, approval of meal price increase for staff and visitors. Item number 13, approve student code of conduct. And item number 14, approve the authorization of publication of notice of public hearing on budget and tax rate. At this time, are there any board members that would like to pull any items for individual consideration? Hearing none, before the chair entertains a motion I would like to ask our superintendent, Dr. Puig, for his recommendation on these consent items.
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and trustees. And I'll just make one note before the recommendation. During the recognition portion, I forgot to mention one individual out of maintenance, and that's Chris Alvarado, who's been instrumental. Mr. Alvarado has been out in the field doing some amazing work with just turning around all of that gas pressure testing. So my apologies for not mentioning Mr. Alvarado, but thank you, Mr. Alvarado. Greatly appreciate your service and work under pressure. Yes, sir. My recommendation tonight is that we approve the consent items as presented.
Board members, hearing our Dr. Puig's recommendation, the chair will entertain a motion on the consent items.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent items as presented.
I have a motion by Ms. Alderete. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Flores. Michelle, if we can have a roll call, please.
Stacy Alderete,
Yes.
Gilbert Rodriguez,
Yes.
Connie Prado,
Yes.
Shirley Ibarra Peña,
Yes.
Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Rasco,
Yes.
Veronica Barba.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Puig. Thank you, Michelle. I did have a change of order at the start of the meeting, moving discussion and possible action item number 3, discussion and possible action to approve an alternative West Campus High School logo. Dr. Puig.
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and trustees. We are just incredibly encouraged, incredibly excited by the momentum that is being created at West Campus High School. And to give you an example, there was a registration event several days ago, and if anyone on the phone, and some of you did here, did attend, some of our trustees, Mr. Flores, Mr. Rodriguez, and Mrs. Alderete, but being there that night with West Campus High School and the staff and Mrs. Cardenas and Coach Gonzalez, the passion, the energy, there we had alumni there also, all coming together for this vision of making West Campus the premier, a premier high school here in South San. It's just amazing to watch. And so with that momentum comes a lot of energy, and we've had a lot of ideas, and we love ideas. And we love ideas around branding ourselves and creating images about who we are now and still honoring the past. And so we got wind of a new alternate logo that came forth. And so, of course, you know, I'm the policy guy that enforces the board's policy, and all of a sudden I'm hearing there's a new logo. Well, okay, I'm excited. I don't want to squelch anyone's excitement, but I want to make sure that we follow CY, not CYA, but CY local policy. And so that basically says, you know, all the logos in the district belong to the district and to the board, and the board should have the opportunity to weigh in on all of those logos. And so we had to put some quick administrative procedures in place. And long story short, we're here tonight to demonstrate what that logo is as an alternate logo and still honoring the past, but still showing a new future. Is it up there now for everyone to see? So
Yes. Yes, sir.
I'm just, again, thrilled to be a part of it and work alongside the team on this. And it's just amazing to feel the energy and passion for the children and the staff. I want to thank Mrs. Cardenas again and Coach Gonzalez. Just amazing passion for making a difference at West Campus and taking the board's vision to reopen this and making it tangible and powerful. And truly the best is yet to be for West Campus High School. So Mr. Rodriguez, you want to add anything to that? That's just amazing.
You know, I will certainly reserve my comments after I've entertained a motion, Dr. Puig. But before we move forward, are there any other staff or any other comments that you would like to?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I would like Mrs. Sendejo to say a few words, and then I'd really like to hear also from the brand new principal Cardenas and our new head football coach at West Campus, really talk about how they're feeling right now about this just excitement that's swirling around West Campus High School. So with that, Mrs. Sendejo.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Superintendent Puig, President Rodriguez, members of the board. It's again wonderful to be here. Numerous description of words came to mind from just being eager and excited and welcoming. A few months ago, when we welcomed Principal Cardenas into our family, we knew that there was a spark there that would continue to grow and continue to excite our campus. Alongside that, Leandro Gonzalez, our head football coach as well, has come in and with the same spark. And when you have multiple sparks, it just continues to just flourish and you see the excitement. And by far, the welcome of the establishment from a Facebook page to the alumni and community feedback has been tremendous. And with that being said, Principal Cardenas is on this evening, as well as head football coach Leandro Gonzalez, to speak on behalf of the West Campus High School football decal. Principal Cardenas, are you there with us?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Sendejo. Good evening, Dr. Puig, President Rodriguez, and members of the board. We are very, very excited to show this football decal. When we started just with the Facebook page, and then we started with Twitters from all of our athletic sports, we were getting so much feedback from just former students who recently graduated, from students that had graduated, years before. And many were so excited just to see that West Campus was being reopened. And with that said, many gave their input as well on just wanting us to, of course, grow our campus and do what we need to do for the success of our students, but to also make sure that we hold on to the traditions that West Campus has. So I want to thank all of our community, our families and students, and especially all the alums who reached out to us with suggestions to help us get to this vision. It started off just with old drawings on a spiral sheet of paper, from an old picture from a football helmet, and what Coach Gonzalez did to modernize it with the help of our other coaches is tremendous. So again, thank you everybody for your patience and your support. And we encourage all feedback and suggestions. And we hope that y'all are as proud of this logo as we are. Coach Gonzalez?
I think you hit it right on the head. I mean, this logo for me, it's kind of one of the main reasons why I took this job. One of the main things that attracted me to West Campus High School was you're taking a school and you're starting new, you're starting fresh. You get to come in and implement your ideas. And at the same time, you still have all the traditions that were there, all the traditions that were started. So it's kind of like you got the best of both worlds. Everything is established and you're starting new, you're starting fresh at the same time. And I really think this embodies exactly that vision and what that's become for me and us at West Campus. And like everybody's been saying, I'm just thrilled to see the amount of people that have reached out to me. I have some coaching friends that I didn't even know graduated from West Campus. They were sending me, just all kinds of stuff. And it's been great. It's been great to see, all the people that want this to succeed. And I think the other, huge part about it is the people that do want this to succeed. I saw the board's vision kind of before I even took the job and exactly what they wanted to do at West Campus. And being an outsider, well, when you see something like that and people really wanting things to happen and really wanting to bring back the tradition there, that was one of the things that got me the most excited about going to West Campus, is just seeing people wanting that place to succeed. And I knew that was going to be the best, situations for somebody that wants to see somebody get something resurrected and have tremendous success there. So I'm thrilled about this, as you can tell. I'm thrilled about what we're doing over there, right? It's just awesome. Ms. Cardenas has us rolling. God, I wish we were on campus, but it is what it is right now, and we're going to take it one step at a time. Thank you, everybody.
Coach Gonzalez, Ms. Cardenas, thank you so much. Mr. President Rodriguez, Superintendent Puig, alongside our our Board of Trustees. I don't want Mr. Gonzalez or Coach Gonzalez to be so short. In our original item summary, there were some words that were captured in the historical data, and I really would just like to read them because I would like to quote him. And it was very well said tonight as well. The new decal pays homage to the classic look of the West Campus Cougars. It has been updated and brought into modern era while maintaining our pride. We couldn't have said that better. Coach Gonzalez, hats off to you alongside the rest of the team there, as well as Principal Cardenas. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Before we move forward, thank you, Ms. Cardenas. Thank you, Ms. Sendejo. Thank you, Coach Gonzalez. You know, I hear Coach Gonzalez's voice, and I'm looking for my helmet and my gear because I think I'm running late for practice and I'm not in the right stance or something. You know, he's got that football voice. I don't want to strap it on and run out onto the field. So great energy. Before the chair entertains a motion and has discussion, Dr. Puig, I'd like to get your recommendation on this decal for the Board of Trustees, sir.
Yes, sir, President Rodriguez and trustees. I'd like to recommend that the board approve the alternate West Campus High School logo as presented.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Puig. Board members, hearing Dr. Puig's recommendation, the chair will entertain a motion on this item.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Ms. Alderete, and I will certainly second that. Is there any discussion?
I would like to be recognized, Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Shirley Ibarra-Peña, please.
I'm very glad, and that we do have Principal Cardenas and Coach Gonzalez. It was a very hard challenge that we overcame in opening up West Campus. We did have a lot of obstacles. With the help of Ms. Sendejo, we were able to have West Campus as a recognized its own high school. And I'm glad in seeing that West Campus is coming back. This is something that should have always been. And I just feel that our students are going to have a great opportunity. And with the help with Coach Gonzalez and Principal Cardenas, that West Campus will succeed. As a trustee, I will support it 100%, as well as Dr. Puig. I'm just grateful that we do have a great team working together to overcome these obstacles and seeing West Campus succeed, as well as Kaizen, as well as Athens. It was a very struggle in the beginning when when I came on board. I could say pretty much for my other board members, when we came on, it was a struggle and a lot of headaches. But with faith, we were able to overcome and get this on the right track. And I'm very happy and excited that we're going to, can't wait to see the first football team, God willing, with all this COVID, hoping it dies down. And I'm anxious. Even when, like Mr. Rodriguez said, when I heard Coach Gonzalez's voice, I was like, oh, yes, here we go, football. But thank you, Ms. Cardenas and Coach Gonzalez. Thank you. And I really love this new decal. And I appreciate everybody's hard work. Dr. Puig, Ms. Sendejo, I greatly appreciate everything y'all have done. And I look forward to having more great outcomes for all our schools, and also thank you to our staff as well. And sorry, I'm not very good with words, but I just wanted to put in my 2 cents. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Ibarra-Peña, those were tremendous words, so thank you very much. Any other comments or discussion from board members?
I have a comment. This is Coach Baron. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Ms. Baron, Mr. Baron, if you give me 1 second, I would like to recognize Ms. Prado first.
Sure. Go ahead.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Coach Baron. I won't take but a minute. Ms. Cardenas, you have done a wonderful job since coming to West Campus. Your determination and your passion to make this succeed is why we're here now. And we welcome Coach Gonzalez. I was glad to hear, because I was listening that there was some feedback from not only the alum, but from the community, because once this goes out, it's beautiful. The colors are staying the same. We're not changing colors. We're not changing songs. We're not changing anything else, just the color and the cougar itself. So it is a beautiful decal. It's a modern decal, but I wanted to hear that the community and the alum and everyone was supportive of the change, because that's not what we don't want feedback that says, this is old West Campus, this is what we were, this is what we want. So as long as it's okay with the community and the alum and everybody had their input, then I'm okay with it. So I thank you. Thank you so much, Coach Gonzalez. I look forward to attending your games. And all of your staff, Ms. Cardenas, because you've had some staff for a while now, and I thank them for all their work during all that construction that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Prado. We appreciate all your support as well.
Thank you, Ms. Prado. Coach Baron, please, sir.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Superintendent Puig and all you board members. I just wanted to wish Coach Gonzalez, good luck on this upcoming year. I think he's done a fantastic job, and I think Ms. Cardenas is doing a fantastic job over there as well. Coach Gonzalez and I have been coaching buddies for a long time, and never thought we'd probably ever end up in the same school district with coaching at sister schools or whatever, however you want to name it. My voice isn't as cool as his, but I just wanted to tell him good luck, and Ms. Cardenas good luck with this upcoming season. Hopefully we can get started sooner than later, but I wish you the best, Coach Gonzalez.
Thank you, Coach. I really appreciate that, man. And you too. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Coach Baron. Board members, any of the board members would like to make comments? Ms. Alderete. Ms. Alderete, are you there, or did she drop off? I think she dropped off.
Yes, I saw it. It dropped. She dropped off.
Okay. If there aren't any other board members, I would certainly like to.
I was raising my hand. But...
Oh, Mr. Flores, I didn't see the camera there, sir. Please, yes.
I just want to say that first, thank you, Dr. Puig. Thank you, Principal Cardenas. Thank you, Ms. Sendejo, and especially Coach Gonzalez. And I just want to say that I think the decal is awesome, that it's vibrant, that it has the approval of our board president, being the West Campus alumni. And I have to say that if I reflect a little bit on what Miss Ibata said, is that we saw something come to fruition from ashes to where we're at now. And it was a lot of work on everybody's part to get here. And but it did take a team to say, we're going to do this. We're going to get it done. And now we're here. And just like, Mr. Rodriguez said, Coach Gonzalez has that voice of, I was looking for the sleds, being a former lineman. And I was looking to get on the field and lay in stickers and do whatever I got to do on the calisthenics. So you had me going. But then I heard Coach Baron, and I'm thinking, man, these guys can make a lot of money being WWE superstars with those voices. So I just want to say we have an awesome staff. I had a chance to attend the supply drive and registration drive, and I was impressed with Principal Cardenas being here, being there, talking to everybody, stopping at every car, the coaches, the staff, attacking the cars as soon as they came on, and so the excitement is there. I don't want to steal Ms. Alderete's. She coined a phrase to me recently. She said, "We're two cats and one family." And so if I said it before she says it, well, I'm sorry. But you know what? Thank you. Thank you. Great job. Let's keep going forward. I want to see this school explode.
Thank you very much for those very kind and supportive words, Mr. Flores. Did Miss Alderete rejoin? No, I don't know if I saw Miss Barbara.
I'm here. I'm here.
Miss Barbara. Oh, Miss Alderete, please.
Yes. Yes. I am super stoked, and said it exactly. I said it's 2 cats, 1 pack, and family. This is amazing. I don't know if many of you know, but I love to paint, and I just did a painting with the 2 cats, the bobcat and the cougar, conjoined together. Came out pretty cool. Now I'm gonna have to redo it after seeing this. So, and you're right, Coach Gonzalez. That voice, man, I was ready to drop and give 10. But I'm super excited. You know, everybody at West Campus working so hard to get everything done, and this logo is all I can say is wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm proud to be a part of a team that's just pushing to be successful. West Campus, when it was shut down, it shut down our community. District 7 and District 6 really, you know, it really put a hamper in our district. And to see it come back to life, and to see the love being poured into this school and into the Athens and Kazan, because they did the same thing when they did that to Athens and Kazan. So seeing them come back to life, and especially West Campus, because that was a hard fought fight for that school. It's really heartwarming. So I look forward to watching the games and seeing Coach Gonzalez out there screaming and shouting, and me running around with the blue and red face. I'm excited. Thank you, and go South San.
Thank you very much, Miss Alderete. Miss Barbara, I'm not sure if I saw you wave your hand or not. Did she drop off?
No, I'm right here. I'm sorry.
Barbara.
I just want to say thank you to Ms. Cardenas and Coach Gonzalez. I like the decal, very nice. And good luck, Coach Gonzalez, for your first year.
Thank you, Miss Barbara. So that leaves me, you know, hail to thee, right, Michelle? Right, to all the alumni that are watching, and certainly all the alumni and community, former students, teachers that made contact with Ms. Cardenas and everyone that was involved there. So thank you very much. You know, I certainly want to first and foremost thank my colleagues on the board. You know, we had a vision back in November of 2018, and you know, we're seeing it come to fruition, and there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, but we're certainly now we're headed in the right path with certainly with Ms. Anejo and Ms. Cardenas and team driving and rowing in the same direction to see the success of West Campus today and for years to come. You know, I want to recognize a group of people, and we call ourselves the Pause Up Committee. It's a committee members of South San, Bleed Blue, Bobcat. We're going to do everything that we can for our Bobcats, and to have them support the initiative at West Campus High School has just touched me in a way that has made me more committed and has revealed more drive that I have that I can give in support of our school district, and making sure that we're all united and sharing the same vision going forward, truly for the success of our kids and our school district as a whole. So I want to thank them specifically, and I think that was the first time Dr. Puig came for the parade. Ms. Sendejo certainly knows who they are. Ms. Alderete and I are members of that Pause Up Committee, so thank you very much for your support. I want to thank Coach Baron for making an appearance and sharing and voicing his support, because I'll tell you what, Coach Baron, I will be on the road trips, and I will be at the top on the 50-yard line with my paws up, probably yelling at you and your coordinators on why we're doing this, right? But I'm going to bleed blue, and I'm going to travel, and I'm going to support our Bobcats every single time out. Thank you for the support, tremendous support. Ms. Cardenas, everything that you've done and yet that you're going to do with your staff going forward. Coach Gonzalez, and all the passion and the energy. And truly, it's we rose, the flood that flooded West Campus. We have risen literally from the depths to where we are today. And we're going to keep rising. We're going to, on our path to being successful. And thank you to Dr. Puig for continuing to realize the vision of the board in the pursuit of this initiative. It's truly heartwarming, and just thank you to everyone who's contributed. So having said that, hearing Dr. Puig's recommendation, the chair will entertain a motion on this item.
I'd like to make a motion.
We have a motion and a second, sir.
We can have a roll call, Michelle?
Right.
Sure. Ms. Stacy Alderete?
Yes.
Mr. Gilbert Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Connie Prado?
Yes.
Ms. Shirley Ibarra Peña?
Yes.
Mr. Homer Flores?
Yes.
Mr. Kevin Rasco?
Yes.
Ms. Veronica Barba?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, board members. Thank you, Michelle. The next item on the agenda is presentation and reports. Item number 1, the monthly financial statements for July 2020 budget update. Dr. Puig.
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez. At this time, and trustees, I would like to invite our financial guru, Mr. Jeff Baum, to come up and address the monthly financial statements and budget update. Mr. Baum?
Yes, Chairman Rodriguez, good evening, members of the board. I'm appreciative of the opportunity to visit with you about the financials from July. I'll hit a few of the high points, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, but we are 11/12 of the way through our fiscal year. So really starting to sharpen things up and true things up. I'll bring your attention to a couple of things. Our interest income, which is in 5,700. We're actually going to be over our estimate by about 125,000. Our prior year tax collections, we will exceed our estimate by about 70,000. In 5,800, our state revenue, we are lagging behind. You know, we made an adjustment to our state revenue mid-year, and we may come to you with a final adjustment to that. It's not required, but we may do that in the process of adopting our budget and making our final budget amendments. We do have some indirect cost monies on our federal funds in 5,900 that we have yet to recognize. And then we are anticipating another $483,000 of subsidy monies, tax subsidy monies that will be coming in the month of August. So as I said, July is shaping up from a revenue standpoint. As it relates to expenditures, if you look at the bottom, we're actually showing that our expenditures are outpacing our revenues are outpacing our expenditures by $2.3 million. It won't last, and I'll tell you why. August is one of the 2 months in the fiscal year that we do not receive any state payments, and our payroll alone runs about $5 million a month. So expenditures will eclipse the amount of revenue that we have, but we are looking very good. If you look at our estimated fund balance at the bottom, this is simply reflective of what is budgeted in revenues and what is budgeted in expenditures. But we do anticipate that there will be significant dollars on the expenditure budget that are not expended. One other issue that we are dealing with right now, you know, this board approved the purchase of some school buses through the VW program, the VW rebate, the Volkswagen rebate, and those buses, they are going to either be in 2 days before the end of the fiscal year or 2 days after the end of the fiscal year. And if they come in September, that money that is encumbered currently will actually get added to fund balance, and that's why fund balance is a slippery slope to discuss. The only time that your fund balance is 100% accurate is at audit. And of course, you're auditing in November through January, and by the time it's presented to this board, it looks completely different. But you look at our encumbrances right now, they total $3.1 million through the end of July. And granted, we are 19 days into August already. We've got 12 days, 11 not counting today, left in the fiscal year. So any encumbrances that have been made but not received at the end of the year, those will actually be booked forward, and we'll come to you with that amendment on into next year. So the finance team is working hard. I know all of our end users are working hard to get those invoices trued up and get those paid, so the expenditure will occur in the year that they were meant to. But In my 15 years in this business, I have never experienced there not being any encumbrances at the end of the year, because we're trying to equip our teachers out of current year budgets, and there's always going to be a little bit of a lag. But with those big ticket items, the buses, it could be a little larger than normal this year. So certainly we will continue to discuss that, and we'll keep you abreast of the outcome on that. I don't have any other specific comments related to the general fund. You also have financials on the debt service fund and the food service fund. Our food service operation has always, and I'll say always, that's a very long time, but they have always operated in the black. But due to the COVID crisis, we actually operated in the red towards the end of the year. And kind of Dr. Puig's mantra is, let's take care of the kids, and we'll sort the finances out as a result of taking care of those kids. I think our response during the COVID crisis was and continues to be that we are going to take care of our kids, and Scott Stevens and his team do a great job of doing that. But we know that our utilization dropped off with COVID, and our utilization it lags a little bit behind what we expect it to be now. But we know that in time, all of those bodies are going to be back in our school buildings, and all of our bodies are going to be eating breakfast and a wonderful lunch that is provided for them. So that's why you see a deficit on the food service fund. And then on the debt service fund, this is not encompassing of the last bond payment that we made. We made a $10.5 million payment this month. Our bond payments, both interest and principal, we make payments out of the debt service fund in February and also in August. So you will see that our actuals through July were only $2.5 million, but when we roll in that $10.5 million debt service payment, it will be much closer to balance. We will operate at a little bit of a deficit, but if you see, that was planned. The $315,000 deficit was planned, and we will use our debt service fund balance to make that up. So that is a run through the financials. I am happy to address any item in any level of granularity that you would like for me to.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Baum. I appreciate the great detail. Before we entertain questions from board members, Dr. Puig, is there anything you'd like to add? You're on mute, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and trustees. Just a comment. I appreciate the professionalism and the just around the clock, literally around the clock budget work of Mr. Baum. He is burning at both ends, and when you inherit an $80 million budget that we're trying to do a zero-based approach, it's incredibly time intensive, and I just appreciate him bringing his A game every day to the budget. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Puig. Board members, are there any questions? Ms. Prado, please.
Thank you. Mr. Baum, I just have one question on the general fund monthly budget report under encumbrances. The amount you're showing there of 3.1, did you say, is that including the expenditure on the buses or not?
Yes, ma'am, it is. When we cut a purchase order, we encumber those funds immediately, but we don't pay the bill until the property comes in. We've got proper receipt of the asset, and then we'll pay the bill. But if we don't go through an encumbrance process, then that money still shows to be available for other expenditures. So it is inclusive in the minute the purchase order is cut, we do encumber funds. Great question.
Thank you, Mr. Baum.
Thank you, Ms. Prado. Any other board members have questions? Hearing none, once again, thank you, Mr. Baum, for your commitment, and I hope that you have the coffee pot brewing, keep you moving along there. So thank you very much for you and your staff and the efforts. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the Pre-K for SA presentation. Dr. Puig.
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and trustees. We are excited to revisit the Pre-K for SA partnership. Recall that you all approved that in June, and our commitment at the June meeting was to make sure that we stay out in front of what's coming next and update the board regularly, and that begins this process. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mrs. Sendejo.
Thank you, Superintendent Puig. President Rodriguez, members of the board, as Superintendent Puig mentioned, yes, we are excited. We are definitely making some positive strides as we have had multiple collaborative meetings from the grant approach, just familiarizing ourselves with this partnership alongside enrollment and some other key areas of professional development for this academic school year. And today we are delighted to welcome Dr. Sarah Bure, CEO for Pre-K 4SA, to share this presentation and a briefing to our Board of Trustees. Dr. Bure?
Thank you, Ms. Sendejo, and Board of Trustees, Superintendent Puig. It's a delight to be with you, my pleasure. And you guys are great at these virtual meetings. I've done a couple virtual board meetings with different school districts, and it's fun to see how each one of you handles them. And so this is a fun group. It feels like we're kind of all home together with the way that you handle this. So thank you for allowing me to join. I just want to share a little bit of information about where we've been so far, starting with where this all began in February, really starting those conversations about what would it look like to have a partnership. And then two of our staff members came out and presented to you. That was way back in February. Anything pre-COVID seems like a lifetime ago, but that was then. And in spite of COVID, we kept on pressing through. And so in June, we had a couple meetings to think through the logistics of it. What does it really mean? Put specifications in down in writing so that you all could review them. And then on June 16th and 17th, we had approvals from both our board, the Pre-K 4SA board, to accept South San as a partner. And then you also approved. And so that started the official partnership. And then on August 3rd, we took to our board a authorization. We requested authorization to offer a $250,000 competitive grant award for South San as a new partner. So they did approve that. And since then, and the board was delighted to do that. It's very exciting. And so since then, we've been in conversation with the South San team about how best can we utilize those dollars right now. They're available to support your early learning program. And typically those dollars are really focused on specific aspects of high quality early learning, which we want them to be. But in this time of COVID, we've also been clear with our partners that there are some unique needs that you may have, that in order to support families who are learning remotely, or in order to support your teachers or the programs until you get back in person, or even once you come back in person. And we want to be really flexible with you and your teams to support the efforts in this very unusual year, because we know that there's going to be unanticipated needs, and we want to be responsive to that. So your team has been great. We've been starting those conversations, and we'll have a more specific plan to bring back to you shortly. Next slide, please. So I wanted to explain a little bit about enrollment, because that's a key part of the partnership. So the children who are enrolled in the Pre-K 4SA centers are enrolled dually with their school districts. So because South San is now a partner district, children who live in the South San school district who apply and are accepted to Pre-K 4SA are enrolled both with us, but also with South San. And so our enrollment teams have been working together to identify the families that are from South San. And currently we have a total of 39 children and families from South San who are registered with us. 24 of those are children who are eligible. So that means they meet one of the state criteria to enroll in public pre-K. And so they're generating funding because they're now on your enrollment. And what we will ask in return for providing their full day instruction and everything else that goes with it is $3,200 prorated for attendance per child. So you all are pulling down the state funding. We ask for the majority of that. Typically, it means that the district keeps about $400 per child, and that's to cover any administrative expenses or to put back into your own programs. Now, we also have 15 children who do not qualify for free pre-K through the TEA criteria. However, we've enrolled them in our tuition program. So we have a sliding scale, very cost-effective tuition program. Those children are enrolled with us with pre-K for SA. They're not dually enrolled with South San yet because they're not eligible by state to be enrolled with you, but we consider them South San families. We talk to them about being South San families. Next year, they'll be officially enrolled with you as kindergarten students. Now, I say that some districts have decided to move toward accepting all children into their pre-K programs, regardless of whether they qualify. And if South San also moves in that direction or has, and I'm not aware of that, we would then dually enroll them with you as well. But at any rate, whether they're enrolled with you or not enrolled with you, we consider them South San students, and we would give you access to those families. So in addition to the funding, just to let you know, we will provide any services that the children need, including speech and language, OT, PT, and we do that without charging the district. We have contracted vendors who come in and provide those services for the children. But of course, if the children need those, we will be in contact with your special education department so that they can be aware that there are children who qualify for these services, and we want to make sure that they get connected to your special education and get coded that way. Again, there's funding tied to it, but more importantly, there's programming to think about for children and families in the future as they matriculate through the system back into your schools. Next slide, please. So talking about the benefits of partnership, I'm going to go through each one of these individually, but just as an overview, we talked about the competitive grants. There's also, you'll get a specialized professional learning plan for your district, which we're working on right now. Free reading academies for any of your kindergarten through third grade teachers and leaders, which is a requirement by the state. We also have a special CDA program that the Child Development Associates, which is the initial entry-level credential for childcare teachers, and we make that available both for your staff, because anytime you have an assistant in a classroom, you would certainly want them to have a CDA, but also for parents, and I'll talk a little bit about how that's worked in some other districts. We also encourage South San. I know you guys are big with recruiting, and which I really support. I think is a really important, back when I was a principal in schools, we have to recruit. Kids just showed up at our doors, but all of that has changed. And so we want to coordinate with you recruiting opportunities of working with our families to let them know, again, build that relationship so they know they're a South San family. They're going to continue to matriculate through your program. And then we also develop a kinder transition plan to make sure families, we have a warm handoff between Pre-K for SA and South San. I'll talk a little bit more about that. Go ahead, please. So the competitive grant, as I said, the $250,000 has been approved. We're working on a plan with your team to say, how do you intend to spend that money? What are the requirements in terms of, it's a reimbursement program. So essentially the way that happens is once we have an agreed upon plan, the district will buy the things they need. They send us the invoice on a monthly basis, and then we reimburse that. And so we just want to make sure that upfront, the expenditures are allowable under both our financial, there's always financial rules, right, around our financial rules and yours. And then we will also bring South San into the next round of competitive grants, which will come out next year. So we're confident that we'll be reauthorized in November, which means we can start issuing grants again next year. And South San could compete for those for even more than $250,000. We generally give away $4.2 million each year to our partners. So individualized professional learning, we have a whole team that is focused on helping teachers in really working with children birth through age 8, which is through third grade. And for all of our partner districts, we work with your team to say, what are your greatest needs and how can Pre-K for SA support them? And that could be through workshops, seminars, it could be in-person coaching. Right now, obviously, remote learning is a huge issue. And so we're providing lots of support with teams like what does it look like when children are in-home learning? How do we provide high quality? But also specialized training and help with parents. So how do the parents handle, working with their children in the home and with children with special needs? This is where also our CDA program comes in. In some districts, we have launched the Child Development Associate cohort just for parents within a district. And it started kind of by accident. Families in a San Antonio school, SAISD school, wanted to know more about their children and child development. And so we said, we can do that. We'll work with a group of parents to explain. But while we got into it, we said, oh, and by the way, if you finish this course and you take the test, then you'll have this certificate, which would make you eligible to work in a child care center. Well, before we even finished the program, 4 of the families had jobs already. So it's a way that not only are the parents learning about their important role as the first and most important teachers of their own children, but that should they want to enter the workforce, this is an opportunity for them to do so. And so we're excited, thinking about, could we do that in South San with a group of parents to be supportive of them. We will also work with your leaders. A lot of times, principals are not that familiar with early learning. I say this as someone who used to prepare principals and superintendents at the university. I always said, if you don't know about early learning coming in to your principal or superintendent preparation, you're not going to learn it from us, because it's just, there's not enough time to focus on it. So a lot of times we have principals and folks out there that don't really know a lot about early learning. And so we have a specialized professional learning seminar for them, where we're building a network of really informed early learning leaders across our city. And they're working together to say, how can we do this better to make sure that all of our early learning classrooms are very high quality and we're supporting our teachers. Next. And then Texas Reading Academies. As you know, every kindergarten through 3rd grade teacher and leader is required to go through Texas Reading Academies within the next few years. And I say the next few years because things are changing a little bit, but because of COVID. But the requirement is still there. It's part of HB3. And typically districts are having to pay for this, but as a partner with Pre-K for SA, we're offering this free of charge to all of your teachers and leaders. We initially intended to offer it both there's 2 models. There's an in-person and there's an online model. And initially we were going to offer both. For this fall, we're going to begin everything online, of course, because of the situation that we're in, but hoping that by the spring or early next summer, we can begin to give teachers and leaders a choice between the online and the in-person. But this will fulfill your obligation to ensure that your teachers are all certified. And this can run, so an online course at a typical provider is $400, whereas the in-person course at a provider can run you a couple $1,000s per teacher. So this is a big, so, you know, for some of our districts, they're like, this is a $10,000 investment for us, just if we do online, and then can be tens of thousands of dollars for the in-person course. So we're happy to have been awarded approval to be able to provide the reading academies for our partner districts. So we talked a little bit about the credentialing program, the early learning leadership series program. We're credentialing your leaders for that. And then the high quality pre-K series. This is to help pre-K teachers understand the elements of high quality early learning and be able to have their classrooms meet all 10 benchmarks. There are 10 national benchmarks for high quality early learning. And we want to help all of our partner programs meet all 10 of those benchmarks, because those are the signal that we've got everything in place for our children to get the very most out of their early learning experience. And so our professional learning staff will work with your team to figure out, what do we need to do? How do we support? How do we make sure we have the right materials, the right training, the right staffing, all of the coaches, everything we need to make sure that South San is a gold, they call it a gold medal winner in early learning. Next. So this, I just want to share with you typical enrollment. I've already shared that we're updated on the number for this year, but you can see the pattern over the beginning since Pre-K for SA initiated. We always have more applications than the number of children who end up enrolling. Part of that is families make lots of decisions, but it's also that we prioritize seats for partner districts. So because South San has not been a partner district with us since after the first year, South San families only were able to enroll if we had seats left over. So we've still been able to enroll, as you can see over the years, you know, somewhere in the neighborhood of, you know, last few years, 2018 was our high with 27 students. We had 19 last year, but again, you see it going up this year because you're a partner. So we're able to say, hey, we're partnering together. Do do you want to enroll? It can be free. This is a great partnership for us. And so that makes all the difference. We're happy to work with you to set enrollment goals, what you think would be helpful. If you think about it, we have 39 of your children, which means we're paying for 2 classrooms. Those are 2 teachers, 2 assistant teachers, 2 materials, the whole setup that is not, South San doesn't have to be responsible for. And our goal is to have them matriculate right through to your kindergarten programs. And so we're going to work hard. And I would have to tell you, Ms. Sendejo knows all about that. She knows the importance of following through with families. We worked with her in her previous position with that. And so we're excited to have a district partner that really understands the importance of connecting with families early and helping them identify as part of your family, even if they're at a pre-K for SA center. Next one. We also, family engagement's a huge component of what we do, and I know it is what South San does as well. So our Welcome to Kinder events will start, actually we'll begin planning those in November. And what happens there is our goal is to help families understand the landscape in kindergarten. There's lots of choices for families out there, even within districts, because some districts have specialized programs that families have to apply to. Some have more neighborhood-based schools. Then you've got all the different, districts that are letting people enroll across lines and all of that. We try to help families understand what's out there and what does it all mean. And so we invite the districts to come into our centers and visit with families and say, here's the programs that we offer at South San. Here's the things that, you would have if you enrolled in this particular program, or if you enrolled your neighborhood school. Obviously, the focus is on the children who actually live in your district, but any family who's in the center can visit with South San. So if you have open enrollment borders, that means that you're recruiting for children across the city and helping them to know. And we don't think about this as a competition between programs. We really want families to understand what are the real choices they have and what makes sense for their family so that they can make those best decisions. And for most families, that's their neighborhood school, right? Families make decisions mostly based on convenience and familiarity. And so we want to make sure that families have a chance to connect with the South San programs. Once families have had a chance to, and the districts have had a chance to share their programs, and by the way, this is only open to partner districts. We do not allow charters to come in or other schools to come in. This is only for our partner districts to get to have this access to the families. Then we say to the families, where are you thinking about going? Would you like to go take a visit? And so we will work with your staff to set a day when we'll have the family and their child. They'll come, we'll provide the bus, we'll come visit one of your schools. They're going to get to see one of your kindergarten classrooms so that they begin to visualize themselves as part of the South San family in kindergarten. And also so they can know somebody within the school. We know it's critical that families are much more likely to matriculate if they know somebody, the place they're going, right? So we want to, again, make sure that we will hand that off to the families. This year, we're planning both virtual and face-to-face because we don't know what the spring is going to be like, but we know that we're going to have to get ready for that. We also, even before the Welcome to Kinder events in the fall, districts are welcome to connect with the families at Pre-K for SA. So sometimes districts come in and use one of our facilities to hold a family meeting. Sometimes they'll send notes or messages that we can send out to the families, things that are going on in South San. If you have events going on that you want to include the families in, again, we want to make sure that they know about those. And then we also will send over notices to you about events that are happening for families at Pre-K for SA, which all of your families are always invited to. So it's, while of course the majority of folks who are coming are people who are associated with Pre-K for SA, we do have families that will come from the districts also to participate in our events, and they're always welcome because we feel like it's important that all of our families have access to those services. I think, let's see, is that it? Or is there one more slide? Questions, that was what it was. That was my quick overview. I hope it didn't go too fast, but happy to entertain questions.
Dr. Ray, thank you so much for that presentation. Before I open up for questions for board members, Dr. Puig, is there anything that you would like to add?
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and trustees. Dr. Beret, thank you for a comprehensive overview of where we're going next. I just appreciate the emphasis on the early learning leadership component. It's everything. Literacy is everything. and particularly for our population. It sets them on a new trajectory. So thank you for emphasizing the need for high quality early learning and emphasizing those benchmarks, but also wrapping that around with emphasizing the no cost to the reading academies. That's huge, huge. And yes, we do have some planning to do on our end with respect to the grant and how we're going to utilize that. But I just appreciate your expertise and your passion and your transparency with the way this program is supposed to be successful. Thank you, Dr. Bure.
You're quite welcome. My pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Brick. Board members, are there any questions, comments? Hearing none, I certainly just want to thank you, Dr. Bray, for being here. Ms. Anejo for kicking off this initiative for us. Truly, as Dr. Puig described, getting our baby Bobcats and our baby Cougars now, familiar with our district. Certainly early literacy is huge. I see Mr. Rasco shaking his head. He's an educator, so he entirely understands. I know Ms. Servillon as well. So, but I also want to thank you, Dr. Ray, for availing yourself. I think it's important for when the Board of Trustees enters into a partnership that we kind of get feedback, measurements, any milestones, any celebrations, because it truly is a partnership, with the end result being all of us collectively wanting what's best for our kids. So thank you very much for all your hard work.
Well, it really is my pleasure. I'm so excited to be partnering with South San. I can't tell you. I was just talking to another staff member about it today. We're really, really thrilled. So, and if there's anything that even after this you have questions about, please feel free to reach out to me. We're happy to visit and give you more information, and happy to come back anytime to share. And I know there's going to be great celebrations. So we'll look forward to sharing those with you in the future.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Brown. Thank you very much, Ms. Anejo. The next item on the agenda is the renovation innovation update. Dr. Puig.
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and trustees. At this time, we'd like to invite our Deputy Superintendent of Innovation and Transformation, Mrs. Sendejo, to give us an update on the innovative learning spaces that are happening and updates related to that. Mrs. Sendejo?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Superintendent Puig, President Rodriguez, members of the board. We have a mix of renovation and innovation updates for you. There are three key areas that we are going to focus on, being the status, the phases, and next steps. So it is definitely a combination. And we also have on standby, and we will welcome him here soon, is Mr. Jorge Flores, our architect with Garza Baumberger and Associates, alongside Ms. Alma Partida that works for the firm as well. Mr. Lalaman, can you shift over to the next slide there, sir? One more. First and foremost, a brief update for us for Kaizen Middle School. Our current enrollment has shifted just from this presentation to 197. We've confirmed and officially enrolled. I typically do that because our principals are watching and it's all about the enrollment and the numbers. Confirmed 167, and we continue to enroll our students and make that connection every single day, and these particular days are very important for us to continue that number and that growth in our district. This slide here is, again, it's very exciting, and today we get to share with you all just the status on athletics, our gymnasium timeline, as we have been providing numerous updates, as we do have two gymnasiums at Kaizen Middle School, and have a brief update there as well. But with that being said, Principal Benavides alongside Mr. Menchaca, our assistant principal there, have been fast and furious as well. And we are excited. We are excited about also welcoming athletics with full teams this year. So I hope, yes, I see some applause there, because that is a major for us at Kaizen Middle School, as we welcome almost a 200 student enrollment. At this time, football is not one of our sports that has a full team, a full roster. However, we'll be competing with Zamora Middle School. But with that, also, we do have volleyball, girls basketball, girls and boys soccer, girls and boys track, and then boys basketball. This year, Kaizen Middle School will be competing in the Middle School Big 19 that is divided into three to four zones. It's going to vary. There's a lot of tentative deadlines and just feedback that is continuing to being shared by Southwest ISD District Chair, Ms. Henson. So she's definitely keeping Mr. Zamora and Ms. Diane Munoz and Coordinator Barron with all the updates there to finalize these schedules. We are approaching potentially a game time of October 17th. Once those schedules are released to us. At this time, the Big 19 is not expecting preseason or any postseason competition, just again, due to COVID. There have been some conversations about potentially considering a limited amount of spectators, and that's information that will be more to come. Our middle schools will be playing 5 to 6 games in these conference plays, and then divided into the 3 to 4 zones. Potentially also 4 to 5 track meets with no championships. And so again, this is just another celebration for us as we welcome Kaizen Middle School athletics. I'm going to move on to the gymnasium timeline, and bear with me because I do have specific notes that I wanted to reference. We have been working very closely with the gymnasium timeline and the estimated cost with Mr. Baum alongside Mr. Doucette and part of the facilities team. We have received a proposal already with a summary that will ensure that there are certain areas that are going to be either replaced alongside electrical work, flooring, insulation replacement, paint, and wall padding. Trustees, as we recall, we had numerous conversations about the impact of the fire at Kaizen Middle School Gymnasium about 6 years ago. And we have now been able to provide the multiple proposals that will be coming here soon to Superintendent Puig as well. The main gymnasium, what has happened there is there was an area in the visitors and the guest and the home side line that impacted just the surfacing of the gymnasium floor. So Gelco will be coming back to resurface that at no cost to our gym. Mr. Lolleman? I'm going to take a brief pause here because we do, as we have shared before, we have welcomed our principal, Ms. Judy Benavides, and we do have a special note from her and her team at this time. Thank you, Mr. Lolleman.
Hello, everybody. My name is Judy Benavides, and I am the new principal at Kaizen Middle School. For the last 5 years, I have been honored to be the principal at Palo Elementary, where I got the opportunity to watch our children grow from early childhood into adolescence. I am excited to get the opportunity to continue seeing them growing into young adults and leaders. Here at Kaizen, we are passionate about tapping into your students' talents and unique gifts to strengthen our community. But I cannot do it alone. It takes a team.
Hello, Panther family. My name is Mr. Machado. I'm the assistant principal here at Kaizen Middle School. We are excited to announce the return of our athletic program here to campus. We hope to see you out there supporting our Panthers.
Hello, Kaizen Panthers. My name is Ronald Tipton. I am the coordinator for the Architecture, Construction, and Design Academy, and we are so happy to bring you classes that introduce you to these wonderful, great, exciting, growing careers here in San Antonio.
Hi, my name is Andrea Sanchez, and I am the ELAR and Social Studies instructional coach here at Kaizen Middle School. We're really excited to announce that we will be bringing our own Kaizen Action Middle School news to these illustrious halls. So be on the lookout for our YouTube link on our website. Look forward to seeing you in the news.
Hi, I'm Frances Martinez. I'm the new math science instructional coach here at Kaizen Middle School. I'm excited to introduce our exciting, challenging academic program involving AVID classes, academy classes, awesome electives. And the best part is that it's being done in a culture of teamwork where everybody's helping everybody. Can't wait to see you. We are Hazen Middle School. We are Panther Strong.
Thank you, Mr. Lalaman. Ms. Benavides, Mr. Machado, Ms. Sanchez, Mr. Tipton, Ms. Martinez, we thank you. Well, most definitely Panther Strong. They have come in and transformed this summer and have been nonstop. I will tell you, Ms. Benavides was counting down the days of the COVID testing to ensure she can get in there and get started. And again, we welcome the team and just the excitement that's coming to Kazin Middle School. We will transition over to West Campus High School. Again, when you see these numbers in the presentations, they have shifted and increased some, so that's exciting as well. We have a current returning enrollment of 203 with 166 enrolled and accounted for at this time. As I shared previously, Mr. Jorge Flores, and Ms. Alma Partida are with us, but we will wait to welcome them in a few minutes. Mr. Lalaman, would you go to the next slide? Thank you, sir. This particular information is just really important to us because this is the first year of realignment. As you may know, in February of 2020, the realignment for athletics and UIL play took place, and that is considered into 2 years. So what has happened for us as we've come in and then the grade levels that are enrolled at West Campus High School allows us for this opportunity for us. We've briefly shared it, and now it just seems like it's becoming much more real and more official for us. We have the opportunity to submit the varsity athletic acceptance form for 2021-2022 by January 2021. That was a mouthful there. By doing that, it allows us the opportunity to be considered for the varsity play in all sports with the exception of football. We will need to carry through the 2 years of realignment at the junior varsity level. We have been in very close communication. Mr. Zamora and Ms. Diane Munoz, thank you so much for your constant guidance and providing this information. We have made the contact, and it's just a matter of us ensuring that everything is crossed and dotted and signed to submit the form to welcome those varsity level team sports of volleyball, basketball, softball into West Campus High School. So again, another celebration for us as we are considered into the varsity athletics competition. With that being said, you are aware, as we did share, the conference play at this time is at the 3A level. Most of that has already happened, as many of those districts, if not all, with the exception of us, are within in the Bexar County lines. We will go into just a little more detail in the UIL presentation about the specifics that have impacted or may have some implications for both 6A conference play for South San High School and the 3A conference play for West Campus High School. Thank you, Mr. Lalaman. I'm going to go ahead and share the background information and just an update on the Veterans Memorial, as we had originally set some key dates for the celebration of our veterans in our community. We have since had to make some adjustments to that because of the fact that we are in the CDC guidelines and what has been shared by Metro Health, Dr. Wu, and COVID status. So we have selected additional alternate recognition dates for the celebration of our veterans within our community of a potential date of November 13th and March 30th, 2021. The March 30th date is a softball, baseball date as well, that at this time we want to consider just a backup plan to where we are. We're not sure what will happen here in the next couple of months, but we wanted to ensure that we still had the opportunity to highlight our veterans and welcome them. We do also have had some conversation about the revised blueprint, and as we welcome the Veterans Memorial Committee being led and will be led by Trustee Flores to revisit that blueprint and to ensure that everything that we're expecting is accurate and consistent to our message to the Veterans Memorial. So we're hoping for that to take place here soon with the guidance and leadership of Trustee Flores. Go ahead and go to the next slide there, Mr. Lalaman. The other projects that we have in place is, again, trustees, as you recall, we've had numerous budget committee meetings alongside some conversation and other regular board meetings as well. We did have some HVAC initiatives along with lightning rods and roof replacements. And I just wanted to give you, again, a status of where we are. Our lightning rods over at the Athletic Center at Dwight and Carrillo have been fully replaced and has been pretty much checked off, which is great. Our HVAC, we have also already has started the process of 2 full units there at Benavides by replacing those that are over the gymnasium. And lastly, the roof replacement of 68,000 square feet of Price Elementary over the cafeteria as well. Some just good news here because of the amount and the cost that has impacted. There is an opportunity to consider some potential other areas that were highlighted and shared during the budget committee as well. So we're looking forward to bringing and introducing the status of that in the budget committee meeting to make a decision and a recommendation to move forward with the additional other projects and potential replacements and even updates, just depending on what the committee decides. Thank you, Mr. Lalaman. At this time, we are going to transition into the next PowerPoint. So bear with Mr. Lalaman as he makes that transition. We'd like to welcome Mr. Jorge Flores from GBA and Ms. Alma Partida, as she is also part of the firm. We have currently been meeting very closely with them this week. We had a meeting that was initiated by Superintendent Poeg to come together and just really have some heartful conversations about where we are with West Campus, our renovations, and then of course the spaces as we move forward with PTech and just ensuring that everything that is in place speaks to the vision of our campus. Mr. Flores?
Yes, good evening. Dr. Puig, Mr. Rodriguez, board members. We would like to inform you that the phase 2 for West Campus, it's going to be completed in the next following 3 to 4 weeks. As you know, we are on call every time that you require our service. We do presentations or we do visits to the job site. And we did this last week on Thursday. That right now, as I know, it has been more progress than we're going to show to you. Just to remind you, in phase 2, and if you want to know if phase 1 is already finished, we barely did some modifications to the building to start classes last school year. For this school year, in phase 2, we were asked to identify some educational areas to be turned into classrooms. We toured the building with this district staff and the school staff as well. And we've been asked if some of the spaces can be turned into classrooms, which we did the analysis. And we verified with the guidance of the TEA. And as you can see, we put how many square feet on your right of educational areas can be used. In this phase also, it was the requirement to turn the auditorium multi-use area into a competition gym. We did the analysis, and yes, you can have a competition gym. It's not the big size of the competition gym, but it meets the standards. So we did the design to convert this space into the gym. And the two pink areas that you can see down below, those are the locker areas that are going to serve at this moment for the gymnasium. Now, I don't see the presentation. Mr. Leilman, do you have the presentation?
Yes, he's currently presenting it, Mr. Jorge.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Flores, you may have been frozen there a bit. I was kicked out just a minute ago.
Oh, let me see.
I'm on the second floor plan, sir.
Yes.
I'm sorry, we're not able to see the presentation.
But we can continue. So that was for the first floor. And for the second floor, we have some smaller spaces that, according with TEA, when you have a small class with a certain number of students, the recommendation is to go with 28 square feet per student. So what we did is we measured those spaces and we divided. Now, we don't want any time to go with the minimum. So instead of giving 28 square feet, we gave 30 square feet. And those are the number of students that you can accommodate in those smaller rooms. But the big areas that we selected for classrooms are more than adequate for the 25 students that required by TEA, which is for high school is 700 square feet. You have 740, 800, even 1,000 square feet in some instances. So you are completely covered on the TEA recommendations. That was identified to make the modifications early this year to start the school year, this coming school year, with the classrooms ready for the students. We visited last week the job site, and we saw that there were some details and some finishes that were not in place. But the clarification or the excuse from the contractor, as we know and we experience this this is not the only job, it's everywhere, is the supplies. Some items that should be in the job site within 2 or 3 weeks are taking 4-6 weeks. And that is happening with doors and some other items that the contractor has not received just yet. Flooring is, it was almost about to start on last Thursday. I received the report from the contractor where he's showing in their pictures some of the rooms already with the finished floor. Painting is almost done, and base is almost done, and ceilings are almost done. I mean, everything is almost done, but with the percentages that we saw, we calculated probably is 3-4 weeks to finish. And we received confirmation from the contractor in a meeting that we had with him. And they confirmed that they will be ready early September with the job to be inspected by us and the district staff. We will resume pretty soon with the district staff and with Ms. Sendejo and with Mr. Puig on starting phase 3. Mr. Puig was very, very precise that he would like to have a very good planning for the future, and that's what we like to do. So we will join him and Ms. Sendejo, and we will start planning for the scope of work, the programming, and then we will do all the designs and present it to them for approval and present it to the board for approval as well. So that will be phase 3, which is going to be pretty soon done with the programming. I don't know if you have any questions.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Jorge. Before we entertain questions from board members, Dr. Puig, is there anything that you'd like to add?
No, I just think it's important to underscore that, programming should drive the learning spaces. In every instance, as we move forward, the specific programming needs to be front and center of whatever the innovative spaces look like. And then my only wondering is, I certainly agree that the TEA ratios were applied, but they were applied to class sizes that were temporary. So the long-term growth, my wondering is, how are we going to address long-term growth? And again, I don't need an answer now from the architect, but I'm saying we have to be prepared for that conversation at some point.
Correct. And this is taking in consideration in phase 3. We will start designing the learning spaces they should be. But before we start that, we just received for a concept design that they need 8 learning spaces. But that doesn't mean that it will cover all your needs. So that's why I wanted to go with the programming of these and knowing exactly how we're going to end the entire campus. And then you can decide which areas you want to build first.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if you allow me, I would like to make a couple comments on the other 2 subjects. I heard that you are going to replace roofing, and I just want to remind the board that a few years ago, we came to solve a problem that you have in the auditorium for the high school. And we notified the board that this was just a temporary fix. And we've been asked how much money it would be to replace the entire roof. And at that time, it was not feasible for the district to do the replacement. So we just put the Band-Aids, is what we did. We repaired that roof. And we said that roof will be lasting probably 5 to 7 years. And is close to that age. So if you are putting some budget for re-roofing, you may take in consideration the auditorium as well. Otherwise, it's going to be very expensive to repair again that auditorium. So the other is in the memorial monument. We have everything that it was designed by the student. We just put the construction documents for construction. If you want to bring this again, we can give a new cost analysis, which I tried to contact several contractors, which I stopped the research because I don't think it's legal for me to ask for bids at this time. has to be public bid because of the amount of money. I just wanted to know what is the ballpark of the cost. When we presented this, it was around $275,000. Due to the inflation, we probably are reaching the $350,000 to $400,000. If the board would like, we can revisit this and do some recommendations like value engineering to make this more affordable. Again, this was our donation to the district, to the veterans. So we didn't charge for that. It was our donation. And we would like to make the modifications as the board would like, whenever the time is.
Thank you for that, Mr. Flores. At this time, board members, are there any questions? Well, Ms. Sandejo, are you done with your presentation, or do we? Was that all of it?
Yes, sir, it was. We wanted to end only because there were specific spaces with Mr. Jorge Flores to finalize that. And then, of course, welcome any questions in the 4 areas that we discussed. So it was a mixture, but at the same time, an opportunity to really highlight what has been accomplished thus far and where we're heading.
Thank you for that, Ms. Sandejo. At this time, board members, are there any questions or comments regarding Ms. Sandejo's presentation? Mr. Flores, please.
Can you hear me? Okay. All right. A couple of things. First of all, I just want to say, Mr. President, if I pass 3 minutes, please let me know. And that because I may be needed afforded an extra 3 minutes or a second round if other trustees need to speak. One is that I want to thank you for the presentation, Ms. Sandejo, Mr. Jorge Flores. But I do have questions, Ms. Sandejo, going back to Abraham Kazin Middle School. There's a particular interest in that school, that especially because that school is in the district that I represent. The constituents sometimes have a lot of questions, and people pay careful attention, especially when I was elected. This was a premise I ran on, is to see that this school be reopened. And I think it should be reopened properly. It should be reopened with the everything exciting and all that stuff. And so one is that on your slide of current returning enrollment, how much of that enrollment is the academy?
Mr. Flores, good evening. Thank you for the question. Superintendent Puig, okay to answer?
Okay,
Yes.
should I be asking Dr. Puig and then he channels it, or how do you want me to do this, Dr. Puig? And I don't want to be in trouble with governance.
No problem. I do have the answer to the question that Trustee Flores, as I know Mr. Leon. Yes, sir. Mr. Leon is also speaking about that later this evening, Trustee Flores. And at this time, we do have 50 students that are committed to our academy.
So that 50 is part of that whole enrollment, correct? It's not 50 extra. It's 50.
It's part of the whole enrollment, sir. Yes.
Now, my question too on enrollment is let me just say this before I start also and go in, is that I'm an essential worker. I start at 3 a.m. and I'll finish at 3 or 4 or 5 p.m. So my days are long and I don't have time sometimes to submit questions because I'm really tired, and especially right now, which I think we're going to go to midnight. Anyhow, I want to say this, is that how many of the students were zoned for Kazin but are at Zamora Middle School?
Trustee Flores, are you speaking to this current year or the year before?
This year, ma'am. Now, if I remember correctly, the year before there was 411 kids. There was a board directive issued about enforcing boundaries, and there were 411 kids that were supposed to show up to Kazin, and they didn't. Like half showed up. Now, was there any work this year that tells us how many were zoned but they're at Zamora?
I don't have that current number at the moment, Mr. Flores, but I can definitely circle back prior to ending this board meeting to have that answer to you specifically. The feeder pattern would have come from Palo Alto Elementary, the number there, and alongside whatever students from the previous year that were zoned and chose to attend Zamora Middle School. And I can get that number here very briefly. I am sure that there's part of our team that may be looking for that number for me right now.
Okay. All right. So I want to go next into the other part of Kaizen Middle School. And I think you answered about no football. And so that bothers me, because we have a field. If I'm not mistaken, we have equipment. And
Yes,
so, those extra students that should be going there, I'm sure could fill in those uniforms. But the gymnasium timeline, I'm very concerned because you said there are proposals on an estimated cost. Can you share, Dr. Puig, can it be shared? So can we know what that number is?
Yes, sir. I just haven't seen it yet. I think it's hot off the press, literally today. Is that correct, Ms. Adeo? I mean, literally, you just got it.
Yes, sir. We have it perhaps in your email at this time.
But we can throw out a number just to give you an idea. We just literally got it hot off the press. So let's see here.
Dr. Puig, I have the number.
You have it there? Okay.
Yes,
you want to
sir.
share, Mrs. Sendejo?
Absolutely, sir. The proposal at this time is $206,000. The concrete masonry unit is about $5,500. Electrical work is at about $79,000. The flooring, close to $15,000. Insulation and replacement at about $12,000. Paint alongside the wall padding at $13,000 overall.
Now you mentioned, Dr. Puig, a timeline was mentioned. What is that timeline?
Okay, so
from start to finish. Now I'm going to say this. I asked a few months ago about this, right? And so I feel like if you're saying hot off the press, it's been out of sight, out of mind, and that's the way I feel.
Right.
As an elected official, South San, and an overseer for the facilities, I am growing concerned about it being put to the side when this is a facility that's for our kids, upon return. And I just want to make sure that this building is ready to go. If there's anything I feel that we're ready for is to exercise social distancing, because we're not at capacity, right? So it should be a good thing that we have this space for our kids. And if it's two gyms that are able to be used for girls or boys, however it works, we have the perfect conditions for social distancing. And I just want to know if this building is going to be ready for, in anticipation that we have to have the kids come back. So That's why I'm interested in this timeline.
Sure.
Dr.
Yes,
Puig, before you respond, Mr. Flores, your first 3 minutes have expired, so let's afford the other board members their first round first on questions regarding any part of the presentation. Any other board members? None? Then I will certainly yield my first round 3 minutes to Mr. Flores. So Mr. Flores, you have my first 3 minutes.
Okay, we can continue.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I don't know. I guess you can't see me. I must be really dark in here or something. So I have a couple questions. I'm going to start with West Campus. And it's funny that you bring that up, Mr. Flores, about the auditorium, because I was actually on the board when you guys worked on that auditorium, and we actually had to come back several times because we kept needing money for that project. And I remember the roof leaked, and we were assured that the roof was going to be fine, but then we came back to the drawing board because it rained sideways, is what we were told. I don't know if you remember that, but that kind of made me laugh, because I think when you do an inspection of a building and then come back and say it rained sideways and we had to fork out more money. So can I ask the question, Dr. Puig, where are we at on West Campus? Are we on track? because I know that now that we are, the numbers are fluctuating, right? If they're bigger, are we in fact where we need to be when it comes to TEA? And the standards that TEA asks of the district for a classroom size. And then I'd like to know where we are on the project, because the last time I was there, it looked a mess. It looked a hot mess. And then also Mr. Flores and Dr. Puig, I don't know if I address this to you or do I address it to Mr. Flores, but how is it worked out? Who checks on this contractor? Is Mr. Flores in charge of that? How does that work? Can you just give me a full itinerary of where we are, what's the timeline, and what it looks like? Because to me, it looked like a giant mess.
So let me have your independently, and let me start with how the project is managed. So the project procurement method is job order contracting. And I want to bring that up because I was selected on the front end when this project was designed. And so that was used to speed up the project. But there's trade-offs. So when you choose job order contracting, the administration, the overseeing of that process sometimes is less than desirable. I'll put it that way. And so me coming in, what I have seen here is probably not the level of communication between the owner, us, the architect, and the contractor, meeting regularly to talk about progress, timelines, any type of snafus that have happened and how we problem solve that. That hasn't been happening to the depth and level that's necessary to move the project along, in my humble opinion. So
can I stop you right there?
Sure.
So before you came, that process wasn't happening.
Well, there was some informal decision making in meetings. I'll say it's informal. It wasn't formalized in the way I just described, where you're meeting weekly over progress measures, and then you are making decisions, bringing the board along with you along those decisions in a real focused manner. You typically see that when you do a procurement method, construction manager at risk. That's typical. But nonetheless, regardless of the procurement method, there has to be ownership of managing the project tightly. And so a few days ago, a week ago, we initiated, I said, look, let's get the owner, architect, and contractor to the table and start discussing. The initial meeting was the contractor was not there. As a result, I said, well, the meeting's over. I need all parties there. So we met the very next day and talked about expectations from us as the district, and asking those partners involved to make sure they rise to that level of expectation, because this project is critically important to not only the school board and our students and staff, but the broader community. This is that important. And so recognizing there was a trade-off there in that procurement and management process there, we're going to commandeer moving forward to make sure that we have a very rigid meeting structure in place so we can keep our eyes and our eyes on the ball really on this project. And so that's one of your questions. The second question is really regarding TEA ratios. Have you heard Mr. Flores? TEA ratios were applied. And again, there's trade-offs here where I don't know what the visioning process was and in the programming conversations. I did ask Mr. Flores, you recall we had that conversation in our meeting on Tuesday. And there was a reference where the administration principal was involved in shaping what ultimately became those learning spaces that, quite frankly, are too small. I get it. They will accommodate the current population, but we have to think long-term, and how do we make sure that doesn't cost us more money in the future because we, might have been a little short-sighted in the visioning part on the front end. So those are some of the things, again, not blaming anyone, just observations as your new superintendent coming in. So moving forward, we need to think about, again, the visioning piece and the timeline impact on that. But you asked about the timeline. We've lost a month, if you heard Mr. Flores. Now you said 3 to 4 weeks on phase 2. That puts us to about September 18th on phase 2 alone. So the whole project has been shifted. And sure, we can talk about COVID and this, and I totally understand and respect that. At the same time, we need to recognize, how do we make up some of that time moving forward? And that means you have to have those dedicated meetings to have those conversations. In this case, it's been flying a little, not as tight. You want to say that, you can use that word. It hasn't been as tight. I'd add fast to that, fast and loose a little bit more than what I'm accustomed to. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure what you all would expect. So moving forward, there's a new expectation about, again, being very, very rigid with managing all of the milestones that have to happen on this project to ensure its success for our children.
Yes, and I just want to be very clear. We're talking about our children, of course, first and foremost. And you mentioned community, and let's make that a bit broader so people understand that are on this feed, is that we're dealing with tax dollars, and we need to make sure that we're not messing around, and that to hear that we're now a month behind and to say COVID, I don't know, I'm gonna go ahead and just let that one fly over. But it's not acceptable what's happened. It's not acceptable to see what I saw in that building, and then to know that just things weren't happening. And at the end of the day, somebody needs to be held responsible, right? Because there's responsibility, just like there's a responsibility for me to be who I am and represent who I represent. They hold me accountable. And so therefore, a project like this, whoever's slacking needs to be held accountable. We can't afford to slack on this, because it's like we're going backwards, and we can't afford that. We got to keep moving forward. And I see.
Thank you for that. Your first 3 minutes are up. Are there any, and then we can circle back around. Are there any of the board members that would like to take their first round here with questions or comments? And I did mention that I would certainly yield my 3 minutes to Mr. Flores.
Okay, Dr. Puig, I would like to go back to that timeline.
Okay, so thank you for bringing that up. So I want to be real clear to everyone on this call. We understand that everything needs to be done yesterday. Completely understand. So we don't have a hard timeline right now, other than we know it's on the list. There's a procurement process that has to happen. And equally important, there is a funding mechanism we have to create. So if you all remember, we talked about using creative funding through maintenance tax notes and time warrants, so we don't have to draw that from the fund balance immediately, and rather we would budget and take advantage of the low interest rates right now to do some of that creative financing. So we have to make sure that, yes, it is a priority. It's on the list. Where we put that on the list is a function of everything else that's going on, and I can assure you that's on the list. Secondly, we have to prioritize the procurement process for this. I don't recommend using job order contracting for the very reason I just described. So we need to be very measured in the approach to the procurement process moving forward. I know that everybody wants everything yesterday, but like I always say, better late than wrong. And again, and if we go slow to go fast, that's important. And I can assure you, the 8 of us are not going to compromise the quality of education our kids are going to receive. I can guarantee you that. But we will compromise it if we are not measured in our approach, and we prioritize what's essential and make sure that procurement process is followed very, very strategically to ensure the ultimate outcome is successful for any project. It's not enough to put boxes together and put floor and paint and say, okay, we're done. What's the ultimate strategy and the most cost-efficient pathway for our taxpayers? So say all that to again say one more time, we do not have a hard, fast timeline yet, but we are working on it, and it's a function of those variables I just mentioned.
So Dr. Puig, I appreciate that you got the top job and you stepped into all of this, and it's an avalanche. I understand that part. But I also feel that we have people that make enough money and get paid a pretty penny to give us some answers. And that's the way I feel. Because when I'm not given that answer and I can't be transparent and accountable to the people that I represent or to the area I'm at, I feel like I don't know anything. And when I don't have that information, that's the way I come across. So that's why I've been asking, probably since when I first got elected. I've asked for, and as far as I know, it's a storage unit. It's anything but a gymnasium. So if there was a fire, now I've heard there's all kinds of stuff stuffed in there. And I asked for photographs months ago about the inside of this building, and I never received them. But and I apologize. I know we like to try to stay high in the clouds, but we're kind of like right now we've descended to where we got to talk about these things because I need answers. The taxpayers want answers. The constituents want the answers. And that's why I feel that we have people in high places that can get this information to us. And that's why I put it on there. I put it on there weeks ago, but you're telling me hot off the press. And so if I could, so please help me out to understand.
Yes, sir. Well, I mean, yes, sir, Mr. Flores. Hot off the press are the proposals. And they'll take a little time. I'm just going to be honest with you. We're running a business here, and it's a government entity, and unfortunately, that takes time. But here's the reality. We're going to identify what's essential with respect to the facilities, and we're going to tackle that systematically and make sure that whatever we put together is going to be good for the children, but it's also going to be good for the taxpayer. And that's what we're working. We're being very, very measured, I can assure you, in our approach. As far as the timeline, we're working on that. And that's what I can tell you right now. And I apologize if that's not what you want to hear, but that is the truth. I'm never going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to give you the unvarnished truth, and I'm going to give you the truth before I'd ever lie to you. And that's where we're at. And we're going to keep working that angle.
Right. And again, I just don't want out of sight, out of mind, and dragging it along. Because since I've asked these questions in 2018, that's the only type of responses I've been getting is used car salesman type responses. Now, if I can turn to the Veterans Memorial. Now, when we brought this to the board and it was a lengthy motion, part of it was for the veterans to be recognized in a big platform, because that's where it belongs, in a grand form. Not in a small softball field and not in an outfield somewhere in left field on the baseball field or behind the backstop. This should be where the best place of social distancing can be practiced, on the football field. And if there's people in the stands, that's where I believe it should be. Now, I don't know who's making these decisions. I am chairing a committee, but the motion said a football game. And if we have that date, I hope that believe we should stick to that. I just don't want to put veterans and the people who served in our community on the back burner, to the side, over here and over there. No, they should be front and center with the hugest lights that we have projected on them, because they're going to be elevated that night. Now, there's a little bit of me that says September 11th was, one of those dates where it's like, oh man, but the veterans that responded to me through my Facebook ad, putting out there on Facebook, things like that, they are excited. They're happy. There's older veterans, there's young ones, and they want to come back. Some live out of state. They want to be here. And if we're going to support them, I think it should be on the grandest stage possible, not a little bitty area and then let's just pacify the whole thing. If I'm going to be in charge of this, I want it to be the best possible. And I hope that even at that, in that motion, I hope we've done our part to solicit the community businesses or people that do business with us that are going to contribute to this part, so that Mr. Jorge Flores is not concerned about generic or premium or it looks like marble, but it's not, or things like that, because I hate for it to be cheap or cheapened, because the veterans do not deserve that from our community. South San always answers the call. The South San community will raise their hand and they will step forward. And I do not want to see this issue handled with contempt, handled like it's just not important, because to me it's a big deal. And so that's the way and I apologize if I'm speaking the way I am, but it needs to be done. There's no alternative dates, in a tennis match somewhere. It's got to be in this grand stage. And so I hope your staff can work together to make this happen. It's board action. It can't be piece by piece. It's there, and I would appreciate it if we follow it to the T. Anyway, okay, so I'm done like 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Are there any other additional comments on this presentation here?
I have one last question.
Ms. Alvarez, please.
Is it Dr. Puig? Is Mrs. Cardenas now? Because I know when the plans came out for West Campus, this was something that Dr. Hernandez made the plans for. He was able to make the decisions on the campus. Well, he is not the principal of this campus. Mrs. Cardenas is, and she's the one that's leading this campus. So from here on out, can we make sure that the input of Mrs. Cardenas is heard and taken, and that we make sure we hear her voice loud and clear, because she knows what her campus, she's there, what her campus needs, because Dr. Hernandez is not on West Campus, he's in South San Campus. So, which I love just as much, you know, my son's there. But West Campus is also my heart. And we need to make sure the person leading, which is Ms. Cardenas, has that voice in there. Is she a part of this process now?
She is now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yay, thank you.
She will have a seat at the table for conversations with anyone involved moving forward with respect to decisions around programming, as her staff should have as well.
Yes.
So we want to be very, very inclusive with design moving forward. And again, making sure that she has ownership of shaping the vision as the principal. Yes, ma'am.
Yay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
You're on mute, sir.
You got me on that one. I always get you. You got me. Thank you very much, board members, for a very passionate and committed position in advocating for those items. I certainly appreciate it. I'm sure the entire staff does. Dr. Puig, I just want to say thank you for identifying those opportunities where we can get better and moving the ball down the field. And I look forward to that taking place. So anything that I or we can do collectively as a board in support of that, please let us know.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Sendejo. The next item on the agenda is the Communities in School presentation. Dr. Puig.
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and trustees. As we examine a new framework for looking at all partnerships and all MOUs, all service agreements, and going back to the history of the conversation with communities and schools, we have really took a deep dive along with Mrs. Weaver to look at some data around specific metrics as was requested by the school board and myself. And at this point, I'd like to introduce Mrs. Sendejo to talk a little bit about that and that process that we went to leading up to today.
Thank you, Superintendent Puig. President Rodriguez, members of the board, we are here before you as we would like to share the 2019-2020 report. We do welcome Ms. Jessica Weaver and Gladys Gradia into the presentation. Communities in Schools has partnered with South San ISD since 1994 for 25 years. They have been providing resources and relationships to build our community, our student support as well. As Superintendent Puig has mentioned, quite a bit of background, time and effort to ensure that the reporting and the opportunity to really evaluate communities and schools and the support to our districts is in place, and ensuring that the support is what we need based on the need of our campuses as well. And with that, we welcome Ms. Jessica Weaver, CEO.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez, trustees, and Dr. Puig for the opportunity to really share the story of what Communities in Schools has been doing in partnership with the South San community. And I think it's just, I think it segue really well because we've been talking about sports, we've been talking about buildings, we've been talking about classrooms, and now we're kind of segueing into kind of the comprehensive integrated student supports in the work that we do with the district, and looking at the comprehensive case management approach that we provide to the district, and really supporting students who just may need additional have additional needs in really staying on track with their academics and trying to overcome any obstacles that may get in the way of their success. And so in this presentation, we hope that we can, it is in numbers, but all of these numbers represent the many stories and the many kids that we are supporting and their families. And so we hope that it'll give you a picture of what we have been able to work through this past year. And it was a different year, as we all know, and then also show you the transition of how we transitioned to address the uniqueness of going remote. So we can go from there. So this gives you just a picture of the number of individual students that we really provided comprehensive case management student support services to at each campus. It gives you an idea, and right away, I know you're going to see the South San number has 142. There were 2 full-time staff there, so I just want to make that clear from the beginning. And one of those staff was being funded by a grant through the Search Institute that we were able to bring other resources to the campus around developmental relationships. And so that's why that number is kind of significantly higher than the other. But it gives you just a perspective of how our site coordinators were serving individualized students who were recommended to get a more individualized support. And then on the right gives you the number of hours that provided in services to each of those students by campus. You can go on. And so what I want to explain to you is that in the approach that we take with each of our students, it's individualized. And so we're assessing how they are doing in the areas of academics, behavior, attendance. For each individual student, we target an intervention if they have a need in each of those areas. So someone may not be doing poorly in their academics, but their behavior may have a need, and so we assess for that area. So you can see the improvement rate in each of the areas that the student was assessed in. Some could be assessed in more than one or just one. And I want to point out a couple of things in this chart. One is there is an asterisk in this chart in these outcomes, because typically what we do is we have a baseline when we start working with a student, and then we have an end of year number. Well, as you know, our end of year number was very different because of the last grading periods that were really affected. And so we had to accommodate for those numbers to be able to use maybe the grading period before COVID and just adjust how we were able to do a pre and a post. So so I just put an asterisk on this because we know that it's going to be hard to use these numbers to compare to last year or to this year. However, there's a couple of things that if you look at the social services area, when COVID hit, that really increased the need around social services. There were families who were really affected by the impact of maybe losing jobs or many losing hours, and so that really affected some of those families. But the other thing is Dr. Puig and I had a conversation around attendance, and I was honest with him and around attendance that this number actually looks much better than it did last year. Our improvement in attendance was not very good last year, and so we put a lot of attention on what are we doing differently. And so it did improve, but again, it still has an asterisk for this year. But the one thing we noted was that we don't feel like enough students are being targeted in attendance. And we know that this is an area for the district that we want to improve on, and so we've made a commitment to Dr. Puig that we would do a better job in ensuring that we target those students who are chronically absent, and that we will continue to increase our training for our staff around best practices in addressing attendance needs. And some of those best practices are Check and Connect. It's a real reputable intervention in addressing attendance. And so that's our commitment to Dr. Puig because I feel like that's in conjunction with what the district is trying to improve, that we can improve by targeting that and getting better at it so that we can see more students attending school and less students chronically absent. So that's our commitment to the district. So we can move on from there. Ultimately, all the interventions that we provide, all the services, whether it's providing social services, social emotional needs, groups, individual work, is really to get to one to the end, and this is this promoted. You know, we want our students to be promoted from one grade level to the next, because we know that as students are retained, the higher their risk factors of potentially dropping out of school increase. We also want to see that they graduated. So the seniors that are on our caseload, we want them to graduate. Now you see a 90%, and I really apologize because we were going through the numbers, and all of these are still pending because we do not finalize everything until like the end of this month. And so we were looking through numbers, and actually that number is going to go up. They were put in as a promotion and not a graduation, and so that number actually will increase. And then the stay in school rate, is very similar to what all the districts record, is if students from 7th through 12th grade, they stay in school, trying, what you're doing is not wanting them to drop out of school. And so then you see the retained there and the dropout. So these are the measurements that we are really trying to impact by all the interventions that we're providing to each of the students that are recommended to us who need some additional support systems. Next slide. And so I'm going to let Gladys talk about how we transitioned from traditional time to remote and how the COVID impact, what we had to do differently to support our students. And we stayed very active and completely active with the school and the administration and teachers in order to continue to support services. So I'm going to let Gladys cover this area.
Hi, good evening. My name is Gladys Padilla. I am the field manager assigned to South San ISD. So my team really stepped up. When COVID hit, they hit the ground running. You have a team of social workers and professionals that will not stop when it comes to supporting their families and their students. So when this happened, our families reached out to us and we answered the call. So we provided a lot of support in checking in with their parents, checking in with their students. Again, everything happened very quickly and the team reacted. Aside from everything that we were all going through at the same time, they kind of set that to the side and really focused on their students and their families. Once we were able to get access to Google Classroom, they set up their classrooms, they set up another portal for families and for students to reach out to them. We got our Google phones, we were texting, we were emailing, we were making home visits, we were answering the call to whatever it is that they needed. In this slide, you see the direct service hours. So some of the service hours that they were providing support in were delivering food baskets, calling them, providing academic support. Also a lot of parental engagement. If you want to go into like the nitty-gritty, some of our parents, there is a digital divide and they didn't know what to do. So they would call their site coordinators, and building that relationship, they were able to confide in them what they were needing, what kind of support their family was needing, and our site coordinators were able to have that like honest conversations and very transparent conversations with them on the supports that they could receive. The direct service hours, per campus, you can see the breakdown on the services that were provided. The indirect service hours, we really wanted to make those, we really want our staff to account for those, because there's a lot of back work that goes into social services. When the city of San Antonio provides the resources, some of our families don't know how to navigate, how to call, what kind of questions to answer, the application process. And so our site coordinators step in and help them with that, setting up bank accounts, how to do the application. I think it can be very overwhelming while you're also trying to provide for your family, make sure your students are in school, helping them. And then on top of that, kind of having the stress of how do I fill out this application, or it's not in my language and I don't understand it. So our site coordinators definitely stepped in and provided that support. There is a error along with what Jessica was saying as we're getting deeper into the data, and we apologize for that. On the first column under Metro Health, instead of 23, that should be a 2. So our Metro Health clinical caseworker works with your teen parents, and so she had a caseload of about 23 students, and she was able to maintain constant contact with 21 of them. So again, as a teen parent, there's already a lot going on in your life, and so Angelica, her name was Angelica, she was able to step in and provide that support and the therapy that they were needing to just kind of work through this pandemic and all the stresses that come along with everything that's going on at such a young age. If you can go ahead and go through the next slide. This is just a further breakdown of the different services that we were providing. The case management, the parental engagement, basic needs, academics. That kind of just gives you a breakdown. One thing I do want to note is that our site coordinators really develop strong relationships with our parents. We are an in-school program, and so the relationships that we build with our students are very strong because we are that extra set of eyes while we're on campus with them, and we develop very strong relationships with them. And I say we because I kind of put myself in the mix and helping with field trips, helping with tier 1 services. And so, you kind of develop relationships with students as well. And so with our parents, they really, really opened up to us and really let us know everything that was going on. And we were talking and really kind of like, when this ends, we really want to have like a parent pachanga, and we want to bring everybody together because we really did build relationships with them, and they look forward to our texts. They look forward to our phone calls because sometimes it's nice to vent with someone else outside of the family as to what's going on. And you have professionals that work with children that have strategies on how to deal with conflict, how to deal with behavioral issues, how to better support your students academically. And you have this person that's dedicated to you, that's checking in on you on a weekly basis, and that means a lot to our families. So I definitely hats off to my team and stepping up on that. Next slide, please.
So we wanted to have a slide specifically around mental health supports that were provided to the district. So a few years ago, we really got into some strategic conversations with the South San team and really understanding how we can increase mental health services to the South San community, because as a city, it is not anything South San has done. As a city, we have not provided mental health support services that are easily accessible to our families and to our students in this community. And so a few years ago, we started talking about how do we increase that. And so we've been able to build some teams around and start that process with South San administration. And so the first one is the Metro Health, as Gladys talked about. And that one was really has been focused on your teen parents. Trying to transition from just a regular teen to now a parenting teen is a very difficult transition. And so this position is actually something that is funded completely by the city. And so it's not something that the district has had to provide any funds for. And so that is a very specific target population that really needs some additional support efforts in that area. The second part is Project Access. And what Project Access, the name is exactly what it is. It's about accessing mental health supports. We found a while back ago that we would send our families or our kiddos to community support, and it was really difficult to navigate to get to it. Transportation could be an issue. I mean, just time could be an issue. And so being able to have it easily accessible. And so we have both of these positions are licensed professional counselors, and they provide that mental health support. So the Project Access staff person, though, takes the recommendations from our site coordinators who are working with students and who maybe need an additional individual support through a counseling. And so you would, so they can recommend it to the Project Access clinician, and then that clinician provides about eight counseling sessions to each student to get them in a stabilizing position that things don't escalate. So what we don't want to do is for items that could be addressed easily, not be escalated to a situation that could be harder to address later. And so that was the beginning stages of really bringing mental health supports into the district. And we're really excited because I know your next presentation will be about Care Zone. And so we've just continued to really talk to the district about how we can increase the capacity. And we have many partners who have answered the call. And so you just see the hours of services to each of the students in each of these programs. So next slide. So I'm going to let Gladys talk about, we do not pretend that we can do this alone. There are so many different needs that come with each individual student and their individual story. Our staff are great at many things, but you can't do it alone. And there are skills between other entities and also just resources out there that we want our kids to take advantage of. And so this gives you a little bit of a picture of how we don't do it alone. These are partners that we've brought into the district to support efforts that we are working on with each of the students that we have on our caseload. And I'm going to let Gladys talk a little bit about those that you kind of see that are like that line kind of keeps going that catches your eyes. So I'm going to let her talk about a few of those.
Yes. So as our name says, communities and schools, we use our partners in the communities and we bring them into the schools. And so our site coordinators are behind the scenes coordinating these events and identifying students on our caseload and sometimes outside of our caseload that need this extra support. So some of the ones I want to highlight, for example, Texas AgriLife Extension Program provided nutrition classes to all your students at Price through the rotations. So that was something that Courtney provided that extra support to her campus. Then you have Texas A&M San Antonio with the whopping 972 hours there. We targeted your Spanish, I guess the bilingual campuses. And so we identified ELL students with the help of your bilingual support team. And they were on our caseload because they're going to be receiving additional case management services. So the academic support, what this looked like is you have education majors at Texas A&M San Antonio who come into your campuses and provide about 12 weeks of support. And they come in on a weekly basis for about an hour. They meet with 2 students. They really take a deep dive into how to support them academically. And so this carries on in the fall and in the spring. And we've had this partnership for quite a few years. So a lot of students have benefited from that. One other partner that I want to highlight is Inspire You. This was a mentoring initiative that was started by our past mayor, Julian Castro. And so at the high school, at South San High School, we had our mentorship program with Inspire You, with CPS Energy, and Trinity University came on board about 3 to 4 years ago. So the model of this mentorship program is that our students were identified their freshman, sophomore year, and were paired up with a mentor. And they would meet on a monthly basis at the place of business. And the mentors would also come on campus to eat lunch with them, to know more about their campus, and get to know them a lot better, to build relationships with them. And so these were partnerships that really helped our students. From your graduating class this past year, out of your top 10, 5 of your top 10 students were CIS students that participated in this mentoring program. So the benefits of it were, you build up the confidence of our students. Trinity, I think this year went above and beyond. We had about 25 seniors that were mentored through them, and they hired a professional photographer and did senior portraits, the ones that you see in magazines out at the Trinity campus. Top-notch quality senior portraits that were given to them for free, just as a parting gift for their graduation. When COVID hit, you had mentors that still stepped in and were doing pen pals. We had to get creative, so they participated in the pen pal program because they did not want to lose that relationship, and they also wanted to provide some sort of consistency to our students and letting them know that the support was still there. So yes, we cannot do it alone. So we will partner with anyone who is wanting to help our students achieve better and focus on the academics, behavior, and attendance. Next slide. So this is a slide that's dedicated mostly to COVID. Throughout the year, we also have other social support services that we have through our Stuff the Bus initiative that you may have seen at HEB. We have the tear pads where you could donate $3, $5, and I think $1, $3, $5 to your bill. We had our annual Stuff the Bus drive. And so these funds are also used throughout the year to help support our families with basic needs and school supplies. And this slide specifically focuses on COVID. So this past year, we were able to award $29,000 to 58 families that were not all CIS families. We had some families that were identified through the campuses that were needing help. Maybe they lost their job and now they were homeless, or maybe they were going through something that they just didn't have enough funds to help pay for the bills or help pay for groceries. And so we were able to identify these families and provide this additional support of a one-time gift that would be directly given to them into their bank account. So that was was very nice. It was a very good feeling to be able to provide that support. We also provided about $3,000 of HEB gift cards to 100 HEB gift cards, and we were able to deliver 60 food boxes in partnership with SA Hope Center. And so these are families that may not have been on our caseload, but were identified as having a need. And so our site coordinator stepped up and supported South San families. Next slide.
So I hope this gives you a little bit of picture of how we were able to continue to execute during COVID time, but also provide those wraparound services and that individual student support services to the students who really who are identified to say, we just need a little extra support to overcome any of those obstacles. And so we're happy to answer any questions. And I just want to thank Dr. Puig has really spent, and Ms. Sendejo have spent a little bit of time with us in the last 2 weeks. And so just trying to answer questions and trying to give a good perspective. And I hope this was helpful to our trustees as well.
Ms. Weaver, thank you, and Ms. Nadia, thank you very much for the very informative presentation. Before we open it up for questions, I'd like to see if Dr. Puig has anything to add first.
Thank you, President Rodriguez and trustees, and want to thank the team for really spending time to analyze this in partnership with a group that's been a longtime collaborator in the district and communities and schools. Mrs. Weaver and Mrs. Gradia have been very open and available and focused on really getting us information to continue to really keep evaluating what's most important in our district, what's most essential, where we need to target our resources. And they've done a good job of partnering and really communicating with us over the last couple of weeks. So I'm very grateful for their partnership over the last couple of weeks. It's been a lot of work indeed, yes, on both sides. So, thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Puig. Board members, are there any comments or questions regarding this CIS presentation? Mr. Flores?
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gardia, Ms. Weaver, for the presentation. I appreciate the data that you shared with us. It was a lot of information to absorb, right? And so, but I do want to say this, and recently I had a conversation with, Dr. Puig, and, in retrieving this type of information, but I want to say that there are some situations that aren't measured on this data, and they're non-academic, they're non-academic, right? So I want to say, because my kids are direct beneficiaries of communities and schools. My, when my late wife passed away years ago, and my kids were 9 and 5 and 4, and I'm a single dad trying to find a way for them to get through school. They're young, my son turning into a teenager, and my daughter's growing up. There was that emptiness and depression, and what are they going to do at their young lives? They're thinking it's the end already, and it's no place that anybody should be in. But I was there. I struggled with my kids, but I have to say that the site coordinators, the young kids, or the people that were there at that time, were influential on my kids. And as they went through the school year and then on up to, through each year, and they get older, they were encouraged for college and encouraged to live, and the social work that was done for them was superb, because it was a second layer of help that I didn't have it with having the spouse. It was these people that was a village that helped my kids, and you can't measure that on this chart, so I myself say, I appreciate the services. I appreciate that there's satellites in all our schools that reach out to the parents, that they don't have to go to a centralized place, but that there's one right near them. And I tell you, when I had time prior COVID, and I was going to the principal with the parents' cafecitos, I witnessed the coordinators take money out of their pocket to pay for stuff, so that if it was pan dulce or if it was something, or they talked about field trips that they took the kids out on. I got to tell you, I was impressed. I was grateful. I thought, should the district be paying for this? But they took ownership of the kids and said, I'm going to do something that's going to help them. If it's in their young life or as teenagers, I tell you, I saw it for myself. I was witness to parents that were so appreciative, and maybe the principals and all the staff that's there. There's an unseen hand that the community schools offers that nobody will ever see sometimes. And again, that doesn't get measured on data. But I appreciate your presentation. I needed to say that because I am grateful for community in schools. And so I just wanted to say that.
Thank you for sharing your story. It's also a balance of being able to share those kind of stories because we don't want to compromise the privacy of our families. But there are several heart-wrenching stories that we saw even, in normal times, there are heart-wrenching stories, but during COVID time those were even more exasperated. And I'm very proud of the team that you had who were really out when there was the unknown, delivering food to families who just could not make it to all the places that had food available if you had a car, right? Not everybody had that. So I really appreciate you sharing that personal story because it's really difficult to share those stories and not compromise privacy of families. And so thank you for sharing that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Flores. I believe Ms. Prado was raising her hand, and then Ms. Aldrete will follow. Ms. Prado?
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I have a question for Ms. Weaver.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Weaver, did your organization apply for that Paycheck Protection Program through the funding that was available? And
Yes,
how much did the CIS include?
We applied for about 1.5 million, which allowed us to continue we didn't get it the first round. We got it in the later rounds. And so we're just now completing that. And so what that's allowing us to do is with the cuts that we're receiving for this new school year, we're receiving cuts from the state, we're receiving cuts from the city, and we're waiting to see what other cuts from other foundations are coming. It's allowed us to stay whole and to fill the funding gap that we would have had to start this school year. So it's been a great tool for us to not decrease anything within our full decrease the school services that we were offering that were not 100% funded by a grant, but that where we lost funding. So it's going to fill those gaps for next year.
So on the 1.5 million, what is the breakdown? How does South San benefit from that money?
So there's not really like a breakdown. It's just across the agency. And I know on Friday we're going to have funding. We're on the item again. We can bring back all the details. But what it does is it allowed us to offer. So we have so many spots of matches that we offer school districts. So we offer the school district to pay $35,000 for a full-time degreed staff because the cost to us is about $70,000 to $75,000. It so allowed us to keep all those matches in place and not take any away. And so as an agency, we maintain those. And so now it's each district if they were wanting to maintain those as well. So that's kind of how it works in general. Does that make sense?
So
did that answer your question?
Yeah. So what I think I'm hearing is the money that you got is it's basically being used for salaries for payroll.
Yeah, because the PPP, that's what it's for. It's meant for payroll and operating expenses building level. So it's very restrictive in what it you can spend it on.
Okay, because I know that the district is paying a large sum or is being proposed to pay a large sum for CIS. So I'm wondering, since you've gotten the funding now on this money for payroll, will that affect the contract that you're proposing between the district and CIS?
It's not affecting the contract, which is the good news, because if we wouldn't have received the money, we would have.
I guess what I'm trying to say is
I'm sorry, Mrs. Prado, you're breaking in and out. I didn't hear that last. Anyone hear that last question?
Ms. Weaver, my question is, how would that help us? Because just like everybody else, we're also in a pinch as far as funding and revenues. So we have to look at our costs. So because you're going to be funded by this program, will that help us in our cost should we continue with CIS?
So I think I got most of that question. So how it's helping the districts is that if we wouldn't have received the loan, we would have had to cut, or we would have had to ask the districts to pay more. And so what it's allowing us to do is to keep the cost of continuing the model that we had at the same level. Because of the loss of funds that we're receiving, the loan is able to fill those gaps. And so if we wouldn't have received the loan, we would have had to make cuts, or we would have had to ask for more, for a greater amount of the cost to have a staff person at your school.
And just one more question, Ms. Weaver. The proposal is quite large for renewal. It has really jumped in cost. What's the difference between our district and the other districts that you service in the surrounding area as far as cost?
We charge $35,000 per staff. That's the way it works across. There are some districts who actually pay a greater amount than they pay 100% of several of our staff. But as a whole, for South San and our like SAISD, they have a $35,000 cost. That's the model that we have. The only difference is there are some districts who actually pay a greater amount because they've written, and Dr. Puig and I talked about this, they've written some grants to pay for 100% of the cost, or they've decided to use some different title money to pay 100% of the cost. So it's we use the same cost model across all of our TEA integrated student support model. So everywhere you have the 35,000 cost, that's what we use for our districts.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Weaver. That's all I have.
Thank you. And if you have any additional questions for Friday, if you want me to bring additional information, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prado. Ms. Alderete?
Hello, Ms. Weaver and Mrs. Gradia. I, like Mr. Flores, have that testimony, right? When I first came to the district, we fell on hard times, really, really hard times, and CIS stepped in and made a lot of things possible for my kids and myself and my husband. Really put their hand in there, and I will be eternally grateful for that, because when we didn't see hope, CIS and the district stepped in. But I also know, as somebody who's responsible to make sure that financially we're responsible as well, is that we have to look at both sides of it, right? The impact, but also the financial aspect of it. And like you said, just as the parents are in a pinch, I'm a parent. I know what it's like, and we're self-employed. We know exactly what it's like. But we're not going to see what COVID's going to do to us this year, because everything's already allocated this year. We're going to have those effects the following year. So we need to be financially responsible. Now, I love CIS. CIS has done amazing things. I've given lots of donations to kids who needed lunch, and and go on DC. I have lots and lots of stories to share. But I also want to make sure, trust me, I have kids who come back that went to college, and CIS was a big part of them, and they visit me all the time. So, you know, I love CIS, but we also need to be financially responsible. So I think, you know, like Ms. Prado said, that's a big number, right, that we're looking at, and I'm hoping through conversation and we dissect everything, that we're able to come to something that's going to be reasonable for the district's sake, because we do have a lot of entities working together, CIS, the care zone, like we have all of these entities, all of these wraparound services. So I think we just need to make sure, and I love that you brought the information, because this information, I think we've asked a couple times, like this is the first time we've actually had, that I remember in the 16 years I've been advocating for the kids here, like a presentation. So it's pretty cool to hear from CIS, right? To have numbers, to have something to look at. So thank you for bringing that to the board. And I look forward to see what we're going to bring with this, and hopefully come to a really, really good bargain.
Yeah. Well, thank you again for also sharing your story, and I appreciate it. And I'm glad that we were part of that support. We have had several conversations with Ms. Sendejo and Dr. Puig, and trying to analyze, but not just, we've been doing this from the beginning, not analyzing just CIS, but what does the district have? And I've been pretty active in trying to find additional partners to come into South San. And so I'm very excited about what our partners are able to do. And so we've been looking at each of that. And I know, you know, Dr. Puig has had to do put a lot of time into a short time, right? And trying to catch up. And so we've been having those conversations. And so Dr. Puig's statement has always been to me, can we do a win-win? Can we find a win-win? And that's what we're trying to find, because I want you to know that also we're very concerned about the legislative session coming, because we are, many of the support that you receive from us to have, you're paying $35,000 for a master's level social worker. From a business standpoint, that is a really good investment. But we're very concerned about the legislative session for us as well. And so we are going to be right with you, fighting for our kids from an academic standpoint, but also from a social, emotional, and a mental health standpoint. So I completely understand that, and we understand that environment.
Thank you. And like, again, you know, I love what CIS does. We've been beneficiaries of CIS, right? But I also can't just say, well, look at me. I have to be able to look at the district as a whole, right? Absolutely. And that's what we all have to do. So thank you again. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alderete. Any of the board members have comments, questions? I do. I have a couple of questions here that I jotted down during the presentation. If you go back to the slide that has the improved, you know, the circles that's got the progress, the academics, the behavior. So I know that this board has been very, very detail oriented, and I know Miss Amy Shields, if she's watching or listening, can attest to this. When we have the numbers broken down, we kind of want to get a little bit more granular. So in the yellow area here, for instance, ABA progress, we have 15%. So you got the regressed and maintained or maintained in the same grouping. Now, is that are those two different groupings, or is that one measurement that you just?
So they didn't improve. Bottom. So the yellow part is they just didn't improve. They either maintained or regressed.
Okay. So would there be a difference in the numbers, like a number for regressed and a number for maintained out of those 204?
I can look to see if it's measured differently, but I think what basically the way that the measure works is that if they didn't progress, they just fall into the regressed or maintained, because maintained does not, if they were assessed for an area and they maintained it, that's not where we want them to be. They needed to improve to show that they have been moving in the right direction. So maintain, you know, sometimes difficult things happen, and at least they maintain and didn't get worse, but it's still not progress to us.
Right, and then you have the regressed. right? So those are be the ones that
I can probably
didn't do so well, right?
We can pull it. We can check to see if we can just pull it for how many were maintained and how many regressed.
Yeah, I think that would be a good measurement for the board. And again, it's something that we're consistent with every presentation that we get. So especially academics. Miss Amy Shields, if you're paying attention, if you're watching. So thank you very much for that. So then I'm really grateful for Dr. Puig pointing out and you committing to, CIS committing to targeting attendance. You know, I know that Ms. Sendejo has shared some data points regarding attendance, and you know, it's a big pain point for us and a big pain point for our kids, right? We need them in school, but I know that they have to be emotionally and socially capable to be at school. So, you know, if we can certainly get your commitment to target that attendance, and that's something I think would be beneficial all the way around.
Yeah, we made that commitment to Dr. Puig and said that really it starts with targeting, that we've got to really tell the principals, like, where are our kids who are not attending? These are the kids we need to spend time figuring out what's happening. So we have that commitment to you.
Thank you very much. And I have some other questions that are centered around cost, but I know that we have an item for the board to consider on Friday. So I'll certainly share those with Dr. Puig.
Okay.
So that way you can prepare and get the responses for the board to consider.
Okay,
and
that sounds good.
Thank you very much. And I certainly appreciate Ms. Prado's perspective. She's in full budget committee member mode. And I think I saw an aspiring budget committee member in Ms. Alderete, and understanding that, yes, we are here to get outcomes for our kids from top to bottom, regardless of situation. We do everything that we can. At the same time, being good stewards of taxpayer dollars, and certainly, and I'll just be blunt, holding partners accountable for delivering those outcomes, right? And the only way that the board can make an informed decision is by having these data points. And yes, I agree with Mr. Flores that it's a lot to digest, it's a lot to process, and it probably takes a couple of days of your eyes getting blurry to really understand and dissect what you're looking at. So I can't imagine what your eye vision and your team's eye vision is like right now, and all those meetings with Dr. Puig and certainly Ms. Sendejo to prepare this information. So you know, we have to zoom out and look and see. And I appreciate Mr. Flores' his heartfelt story, and certainly Ms. Alderete, but you know, we have to zoom out and look at it as a whole and make, you know, good decisions. Sometimes those are hard decisions that'll lead us down the right path. So, and then the last thing I want to touch on is Dr. Puig and I have had numerous conversations about, and certainly Ms. Sendejo prior to, about analyzing and kind of reviewing all of our MOUs and find out where we can identify opportunities and kind of consolidate efforts. So, and I've been very, very persistent in on behalf of the board in putting in some type of reporting mechanism in these MOUs, so that way, you know, the board is informed as much as possible. I know some of these data points are end of year, right? Like you said, you won't have all of the data until August 31st. But whatever those metrics can potentially be that the board can get on, reported on, and informed about quarterly, or whatever Dr. Puig decides is best for the board to be informed of, then certainly I think that's something that should be happening. You know, it's not that I'm a proponent of whatever helps our kids get the best outcomes, but certainly Dr. Puig and some of my board members here understand that, you know, there was a point in time last year where, you know, it was my very first CIS MOU to consider, being that I had just gotten elected. And I had a lot of questions. I had a lot of concerns given the investment. And then to be more blunt, you know, there were some individuals, some entities that were hollering about declining enrollment, but our CIS commitment obligation, our investment was increasing. So those are all points from me anyway, as one board member, to start asking questions about, right? So that's why we landed where we are today, which I greatly benefit. I can't even imagine the number of hours you guys have put in to get us to this point, and ultimately considering an action item on Friday. So I have full faith in Dr. Puig and Ms. Sendejo, and keeping that communication open with Miss Weaver and certainly Ms. Gradillo to make sure that we are getting the outcomes that we look at. And if you want to talk from a business perspective, is everybody wants a return in our investment, right? So if we're investing and partnering with an entity, then we want to make sure that we're getting the outcomes for our kids. That's what we're charged with. So I certainly appreciate the effort. I certainly appreciate the data, and it's gonna, without a doubt, help the board make an informed decision on Friday. So thank you very much for that, Ms. Weaver and Ms. Gradillo.
Absolutely.
Any other questions, board members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next item, thank you very much, ladies. The next item on the agenda, I lost my place here, is presentation of the 2019-2020 Care Zone Services. Dr. Puig.
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and trustees. We are excited tonight to share a presentation and some very esteemed guests as part of the Care Zone partnership. It's an unprecedented program, first of its kind. I would venture to say not only in the area, in the state, but perhaps in the nation. It's just it's trailblazing a new way of delivering healthcare services collaboratively to folks that need it most, and particularly the children. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mrs. Sendejo to take the ball here and start running with this program. Mrs. Sendejo.
Thank you, Superintendent Puig, President Rodriguez, members of the board. Wonderful segue from communities and schools, as they are one of our partners this last year for the year. And just shifting back to last fall in November, and the openness and celebration that shown on the Care Zone was truly inspiring to be here today and to share that and to welcome our CEOs of every entity, and now also welcoming Dr. Plitzka, which we will welcome and have him share some words with us. But that, prior to that, I just really want to share the CEOs, the names of our entities that are a part of the Care Zone, alongside San Antonio Threads and our food bank, as well as our adult education as well. Our Jewish Family Services is led by CEO Ms. Telly Dodge. So I know she's there.
Hi.
Thank you for being here. Communities and Schools, Ms. Jessica Weaver, as we've welcomed her today to present alongside Ms. Gradilla. Family Service, Ms. Mary Garr, and she may not be here, but we'll wave anyway there. Family Service as well, Richard Davidson. Mr. Davidson, great to have you. Rice Recovery, Ms. Evita Morin. Children's Bereavement Center, Dr. Miriam Soko. I believe she was on earlier. Welcome.
Hello.
Thank you. Clarity Guidance Center, Ms. Jessica Knudsen. Ms. Knudsen, welcome. Go ahead, Mr. Lalaman, and shift over to the next slide. Want to touch base just a bit on the San Antonio Mobile Mental Health, Mental Wellness Collaborative, and those initiatives that have been put in place. We continue to provide services via telepresence alongside the agencies for our district and our students, and based on those needs. The professional development continues to happen amid just the COVID concerns and strategies that we have put in place. Our Care Zone continues to receive and process, assign referrals to partners, and continue to support mental health services all throughout our community and our campuses. We continue to serve via telepresence at times if it allows an opportunity for us to make a face-to-face. That continues to happen as well. Lastly, the substance abuse educational program for parents and students and staff continues to support our students. This mobile wellness collaborative continues to shift from campus to campus to support, as we do know that our building is over at our Athens campus, a wonderful space there for our entities alongside the others that do support us as well. So again, thank you for the presence of our CEOs at this time. Mr. Lalaman? this is definitely a highlight for us this evening, and Dr. Plitzka, the program director with UT Health San Antonio, Texas Child Health Access through telemedicine, is here with us tonight, and we would like to afford him some time to just share some words as we looked forward to this additional partnership that is coming to the Care Zone and the impact it's going to be having to, of course, our community and most importantly, our students and, of course, our staff as well. With that, Dr. Plitzka, welcome, sir. I do believe you have access to speak to us at this time.
Very good. Thank you. It's very good to be with you this evening. I'm a child psychiatrist. I'm chair of the Department of Psychiatry at UT Health San Antonio, and I'm the local director of TCHAT. TCHAT is one of a number of programs that the legislature funded in the last session to increase the access to mental health services for children throughout the state. And TCHAT in particular wants to use telepsychiatry or telemedicine to really achieve that access. And our TCHAT team is, of course, headed up by myself. We'll have right now 2, but ultimately 3 psychiatric nurse practitioners and a group of master's level therapists that will be available to provide crisis intervention, short-term intervention, consultation, medication management when it's needed. And then when the acute situation is stabilized, the child then can be transitioned into other long-term services, which can be, at the many different programs throughout the community. And our goal is really to integrate this with other services that school districts provide. So, of course, I'm very familiar with many of your current partners, and certainly look forward to kind of working with them to integrate these services into the whole package of services that people could get. So we envision kind of being able to intervene with depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation for those kids that need to see a psychiatrist for treatment of ADHD or for severe depression or for any type of psychotic disorder. Then we also will be able to intervene through medication. We'll do this. We have our own electronic medical record that we can maintain all of this data and have access to, 24/7. So even when the school building is closed, kids who are families who are participating in TCHAT can call the number. They'll be connected with the doctor on call, and we'll be able to deal with the situation. So I think it's really a very forward-looking project on behalf of the legislature. It's not something that's been tried very much nationwide, and certainly hasn't been tried while a pandemic is going on. But we've met all our milestones to start up. I'll be working with the with your staff over the next several weeks to kind of nail down the logistical details, and we look forward to be up and running very soon. Are there additional slides there, or is that the main slide?
That was your slide, sir. Thank you so much for being with us this evening. We wanted to again afford the opportunity to welcome you and present you to our Board of Trustees as well as our community. So thank you again for taking the time to be here with us this evening. We do have a couple more slides here that are specifically to the San Antonio Food Bank, our San Antonio Threads, our South San Baby Paws, and our adult education and literacy that Ms. Cervellon will be speaking to later this evening, specifically to that area. We are looking forward to the opportunity to come before the Board of Trustees with an opportunity with the San Antonio Food Bank that will allow us to begin a partnership, an annual partnership that allows us monthly food drives in our own community. In that it's definitely going to be special, as there are many districts out there that currently have this current program in place. So we are looking forward to welcoming that. The San Antonio Threads continues to support us, provides clothing for our students. And we, in the past, have shared with you all just the notes that come behind that, and just that gratifying appreciation from our students when they have the opportunity to walk into our San Antonio Threads clothing there. Our South San Baby Paws, we continue to strengthen the relationship with the Texas A&M University at San Antonio, which offers just that support to our parents for children under the age of 3 and their learning experiences. So again, taking a couple words from Dr. Puig here, a win-win across the board there. Specifically to the Education Service Center, again, we will have some additional specific information with the Adult Education Partnership there with the Service Center alongside our ESL and GED classes that we offer. And that is more to come here shortly with us in 2 presentations from now. Mr. Lolleman? Exciting, again, for us. Actually, I'm going to share the same word from earlier. Thrilled about this opportunity and coming together this academic school year and having representation of ambassadors that will represent this particular core of students for our district. The goal is to create a Care Zone ambassador team that is represented by every single one of our campuses, that comes together and has monthly meetings and receive potential partnerships to ensure that we are having conversations with our students and really ensuring that the needs are being met or anything out there that they may benefit from. We feel that we are very excited with this because of the CEOs that we have in place, and then just potential sponsorship that will come alongside this. So again, just notch up an additional opportunity for our district and the representation of our students and their needs. At this time, Superintendent Puig, President Rodriguez, members of the board, this concludes our Care Zone presentation, and we definitely welcome particular questions moving forward. I do think, Dr. Puig, you may be sharing this information, but I did want to share the specific quarterly report times. We've have had conversations about target months to come back to the Board of Trustees with these reports of information of what is taking place every quarter. So at this time, target report date months will be around the December, April, and July, and then continue that process through every academic school year as well. So it would be August, December, April, and July, and really bring back a holistic checkpoint and just information of where we are with our Care Zone and what other additional opportunities we've been able to put in place there. Thank you.
Ms. Anejo, thank you very, very much for that. Dr. Puig, anything you'd like to add before I ask board members for questions or feedback?
Looking forward to the impact this is going to have on our children and families and broader communities. It's just, I've never seen anything like it. It's incredibly exciting. Thank you, Mrs. Sendejo. Thank you, CEOs, for joining us tonight on this amazing, amazing opportunity to really change the landscape here in South San. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Puig. Board members, are there any questions or comments regarding our Care Zone presentation? Ms. Alderete?
Thank you for the presentation. Hello, Miss Tally. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm
back. Hi,
yes,
Patty.
good.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you.
I have a comment. Actually, I have to thank the staff at the Care Zone who has been tremendous throughout the summer and checking on my son. You're very familiar, Miss Tally, with what goes on with my baby. My tall but still baby. But I also like to thank Mrs. Arciniega for making those calls, making those connections, and making sure that not just my kid, but all the kids that y'all have serviced along with CIS throughout the summer, right? Those connections are very important because I think we as adults kind of forget that this isn't just about them being in remote learning, but this has really done a number on the little minds and the big minds, you know, the mental status of a lot of our children. It's changed a lot because we now have parents without jobs. We have parents who've lost their jobs and aren't getting them back. And the living situation is totally different. So like you said, Dr. Puig, this has never been seen before. We are the first. It makes me proud to say that. And I'm proud of the board that when this came, these children came to them, they immediately, as soon as those children opened their mouth and gave their cries, they acted. And because of that action, here we are today. It was a whole work. So I'm excited. Thank you so very much. And I love all of you to death. Thanks. I'm done.
You're on mute, sir.
That's 2 times. That's twice. Board members, thank you for those comments, Ms. Alderete. Are there any other board members that wish to make comments or ask questions regarding the CARE Zone presentation?
You're muted.
Yeah. I'm a little quick on the trigger tonight. I just want to say, Ms. Talley, good evening. It's nice to see you again. Certainly, it's always a good conversation because, again, also with CIS before this presentation, we all want what's best for our kids, and we all know that we need happy and healthy kids for them to be productive. And certainly, we need to ensure that they have the support at home in order to be able to accomplish that. So it's a collaborative effort. It's a partnership between all of us, and it really touches my heart to be surrounded by people that are truly committed to that. And it gets me excited. I know that we are blazing a path forward with this with the CARE Zone, and it's part of our vision and becoming the school district that we can be modeled after. So I certainly appreciate the CARE Zone and everything, all the partners that encompass it, for doing everything for our kids and our families and our communities. So thank you very much, Ms. Sally.
Thank you. And I just want to say very quickly is that we have started the school year, and we're receiving all these great referrals, and we have trained a lot of the counselors and the teachers as well. We are starting off this school year with an incredible group of people who are so dedicated, and thank you all so much for being dedicated to helping these families and these kids at this point with mental health and with what we're doing. So we couldn't do it without you. I'm so excited to go into our 2nd year at the CARE Zone, whatever way that looks like, but the partners and everybody, I cannot thank you enough for your dedication as we move forward, and can't wait to show you some of these numbers. As you know, this last year we received we had worked with over 1,500 community members through counseling, through group counseling, through our presentations and our trainings. Next year we hope to do twice as much if we can. So thank you all so much, and what an incredible district to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talley. Thank you, board members, for your continued support in this initiative. The next item on the agenda is the update over the 2020-2021 Save Your Seat #SaveYourSeat campaign. Dr. Puig.
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and trustees. We have a lot of momentum happening with the Save Your Seat campaign, and I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Sendejo. Again, I'm going to give you the ball, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Puig. President Rodriguez, members of the board, we have had numerous months of reporting our Save Your Seat report back since about May, with really taking the initiation back in the spring and March as well. And something that has just really been wonderful to really be mindful of and observing is just how our numbers continue to grow and closing that gap. We have had numerous conversations, and actually many more than not, with regards to what would this look like, what will we put in place, what efforts could we put, and what all we can do to ensure that our families know that we are here, that we are welcoming them, and we want to ensure that they're ready and prepared and welcomed with open arms at every one of our campuses, from the Head Start students that are coming in for the first time, alongside our pre-K students in kindergarten. And we just have valued this, and there have been definitely some energy and efforts put in place. I know that Mrs. Collier and the communications team has been working very closely as well, in hopes that you've been able to observe that and the communication that we continuously share out with our families every single day. Mr. Lalaman? Members of the board, you received a PowerPoint last Friday, and I know we've done this numerous times where we've shifted some, where the recent progress and where we have been. Superintendent Puig highlighted our number this evening in his welcome and remarks of 7,457 students that have been officially enrolled. And I would like to just make a note, because as we have been capturing the information and the registration numbers, we keep tally on multiple, I would say, just columns. One in particular is the number of returning registration, along with the possible number of returning students, and of course the students that have actually officially enrolled, that we've made the communication, whether it be face-to-face, call, you name it. As long as we are able to verify the registration. That was important, because we really wanted to know what number would we welcome this school year on August 12th. Along with that, the new registration for pre-kindergarten and Head Start, it was important for us to capture separately, and any new registration enrollment. That number shifted some throughout the months, because what we observed was that we had parents that were submitting their applications as a new student registration when it should have been a returning. So we had to shift those numbers just a bit. And that happened throughout the months, and really hone down on that. Mr. Lalaman, can you shift over just a bit? We've had multiple campuses reach the 100%. If anything, we have several positive campuses that are above 100%, like Benavides has reached over 100, and we are excited about that, because that continues to grow. Alongside Price Elementary, we've seen that also transition between the months that we've presented these numbers. Mr. Lalaman, shift over there. One more. I don't think I'm seeing the right one there, Mr. Lalaman. Go back one. I'm sorry. What you don't see there is the actual number of the students that we've captured. And what I'd like to share with you is as of August 19th, there has been a potential registration number of 7,900. 7,949 is the number that we have captured as number of potential registrations. As of today, and we lag on data as the way we are capturing. You may have observed that we are sending communication that reminds our families via social media platforms to ensure that if they did not make the morning asynchronous time, that the recording of the lessons are available all the way through 11:59 p.m. So you might have seen that. We're observed that has been a constant message. We do that every single day to ensure that if a student, for whatever reason, did not have an opportunity to join us in the mornings during those components of synchronous time, that they do connect in their platform throughout the evening prior to 11:59 to ensure we can mark them, one, either present or officially enrolled. So again, the number that continues to shift some is the enrollment entry number for our students, which is at 7457, which is a difference of 472 students overall. That means we still have students that actively registered. We've made the connection to register, however, have not officially entered into our system because we've not captured them through our learning platform. And that is something that our principals continue to work through. When we look at the mass enrollment number, it's fairly spread out through all our campuses. As far as the pending number, we rank from 94 students still pending at Dwight Middle School to 26 students over at Hutchins Elementary. There is a specific plan for each of our campuses as we continue to communicate on a daily basis. Superintendent Puig and I meet every day at the end of the day to observe the numbers and ensure that we have enough resources available or any other plans that we can put in place to continue growing that number. Last week on Wednesday, a week ago today, we were at about 5,300 students. So as you can see, it has made a drastic difference. You are, for whatever reason, looking at this presentation and those numbers are not reflecting that. These are more so specific numbers with the 7457 that was reported today. And that's why it differs just a little bit as far as the returning and the ongoing registration. I am aware that Dr. Puig, along with just sharing the information continuously with our Board of Trustees. At this time, Superintendent Puig, that concludes our number. We continue to celebrate and grow that. We're anticipating an additional jump tomorrow, and we'll definitely report it as soon as we have it, around about the 5 o'clock time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alejo. Dr. Puig, certainly anything you would like to add before board members ask questions?
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez. Just the amount of intense work this requires. So I just want to thank everyone that's involved in this campaign. It takes every single employee and trustee and community member to make this the focal point. And we do that by celebrating the successes and all of the energy that we see tonight that's happening from the partnerships and from our own staff celebrations, for example, West Campus. All of that sells who we are. We're all selling something. All of us, right, Mr. Flotis? We're all selling something. And we're selling an experience here in South San. We are selling an experience. And we heard a lot about the experiences tonight. And those experiences that they're going to have here drives those enrollment numbers. So thank you, Mrs. Sendejo and the team for, again, the relentless effort that's happening to ensure we bring everyone back.
Thank you, Dr. Puig. Board members, are there any questions or comments regarding the Save Your Seat campaign update? Hearing none, I'll just say again, like I did in my opening remarks, there are those who make things happen, and there are those that ask what just happened. And that was the number one question when I came in November 2018 is, what are we doing to increase enrollment? I hear you saying we're decreasing. I hear that loud and clear. What are we doing about that? And I'll say it every single time. I'm glad that we are finally taking action, Ms. Alejo. I applaud your efforts. And Dr. Puig, you use the right word, relentless. We will be relentless in our pursuit in this particular initiative to increase our enrollment and make South San ISD a destination school district. So thank you very much for that, Ms. Alejo, for your hard work and everyone that's involved. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, and I think it's probably Ms. Alejo, right? we got a UIL, University Interscholastic League UIL update. Dr. Puig?
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and trustees. We're excited to share some UIL information just so we understand how important it is that we move towards this environment of trying to get folks back into the activities, whether it's academic UIL, whether it's our fine arts or certainly athletics. What is that looking like in the future? And what's the impact right now of the COVID experience we're having now, what sort of impact does that have on some of our UIL programming? And with that, I'd like to invite Mrs. Sendejo once again. Here we go, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Superintendent Puig, President Rodriguez, members of the board. We do have also our athletic director, Mr. Robert Zamora, with us as well to clearly share any specifics or welcome any questions as we continue through our PowerPoint this evening. First and foremost, please know that it has definitely been a collective effort from the athletic department alongside Mr. Zamora, Ms. Diane Munoz, as well as Coordinator Baron and our coaching staff. And as you can see, guidelines and the safety of this pandemic and what we have experienced has constantly and consistently been on the foresight for us. And constant communication with Superintendent Puig on a daily, whether it be from UIL and the deputy there, and or the superintendent calls that he is a part of, the Metro Health, Dr. Wu, it is a combination of, and every day we observe just changes and adjustments that are being made with the communication that is being shared, whether it be at the top of the larger conferences at the 6A level, and then of course the ones with smaller enrollments, which we've observed some different implications in the conference levels consistently. And when we look at our data, we really take time, and by far, my hats off to Dr. Puig, has been extremely vigilant with the information and what we're sharing and being consistent with the message. It was evident just a month ago where our Board of Trustees stood with the communication and the message that was delivered to our families and our community, and safety first. You had the opportunity to review those links. Those are up and active. There's constant communication that is coming through both the Center of Disease Control and Prevention, along with UIL and the Texas Education Agency. Mr. Lalaman? Parent-student choice. We are focused. We are consistently communicating and ensuring that there's information constantly being shared throughout the department, throughout the community, and where we really are. As we know, we took action. There was action taken last month with the virtual 8 weeks of start of the academic school year, which we've had some conversations about what could potentially be the implication of that, or what could be the potential rollout of what this impact has under UIL, and of course, in this case, athletics and music. And we want to ensure that our parents and our student athletes and the community understand the options, and then how they feel about the participation and the efforts to come face to face when that time comes. The proposed start date that has been shared with Superintendent Puig, as listed there for athletics and music, which is the marching band program as well, is the September 7th, 2020 start date. As we know, that is a constant date that has been shared throughout the city of San Antonio, along with many other counties. Again, it varies just a bit for both of our conferences, and we'll speak a little more to that specific information and how it impacts both our South San High School and our West Campus High School, and the opportunity of play and competition. Mr. Lalaman? A few weeks ago, we had a presentation for Superintendent Puig that delineated and outlined all the safety protocols and the measures that would be put in place for student athletes and the practice expectations for all our students. Just to share a few of those, from temperatures to coaches and students having multiple stations for washing hands before and after and during practices, ensuring that our coaches would wear their face coverings according to the CDC and Metro Health guidelines. All athletes entering and exiting from specific entrances and exits. Shower facilities being utilized in appropriate spacing, and then issuing anything that had to do with the gear to ensure our athletes were safe. Those were some of the few specific protocols that we have shared with Superintendent Puig. Along with that is just understanding and ensuring that our staff is fully aware of what those potential symptoms could be and how do we observe those, whether it is through shortness of breath, headaches, and just those common words and observations that our coaching staff would be able to make and observe if they felt they had to reach out to the athletic director, the coordinator, or the assistant athletic director, along with our trainers. What you see here, and you've had some opportunity to process this slide here since last week, this provides just the outline of athletics and music, and then the activity, the potential first date of practice, and then also potential meets, and then of course the certification deadlines, along with state championships. Every conference continues to have their district committee meetings to have conversations, because COVID, depending on the city that we are surrounded, may be impacted a little differently. As you can see also, the activity for music is also listed there, and what that looks like for our marching band and potential competition as well. Ultimately, we want to circle back and ensure that the priority, utmost priority, student athletes. We know that our student athletes are students first, and the importance of understanding the initiative that they're taking and the determination to be a part of these activities, these sporting commitments that they continue to assist them and grow them through the years. Really here, we want to ensure that we make it clear that we want to promote that physical and social mental health that our students need throughout this time. And what better way than them doing what they really love. It teaches them work ethic, responsibility, and of course that accountability and commitment. And overall, we know that research has shared that it increases academic success for student athletes throughout their years of competition. Mr. Lalaman?
Se acabó, man.
Thank you. I was hoping for one more slide, only because we would like to welcome the specifics when it comes to the conferences. What we have encountered and have shared with Superintendent Puig are all the schedules of the competition play for both West Campus High School and South San High School. The implications vary. With the eight-week virtual expectation that we have in place right now, of course, it impacts the face-to-face for competition play. When we had the conversations with Superintendent Puig, we know that, again, there's an opportunity for phase-in and what would be the best approach and ensuring that safety was in place. What we have learned that due to our 8-week, that would place us about October the 5th for initial beginning of practice. In the football competition, we encounter some additional implications, such as the number of hours that student athletes must physically be conditioned prior to even putting on pads and helmets. So we have to take that into consideration. When we look at the timeline and really pin down every single date that transitions from there or transpires from there, it literally reduces our West Campus football and volleyball and cross country competition to almost a 10% of the season left over. I think that's the best way just to kind of put it in percentage. The majority of the games would have been played already. When it comes to our 6A conference and competition at South San High School, our volleyball season is already in the midst of conference play and district play. And so at this time, we have communicated with Dr. Cousins. We are seeking guidance specifically to the targeted date that we have in place, and then coming back to have this conversation with Superintendent Puig and what the decision will be to move forward. We're still about 3 weeks out from the September 7th. I know that Dr. Puig shared earlier some of those specific numbers and colors based on what Dr. Wu and the city of San Antonio has shared. And so we monitor that every day. But it is a trickle effect of decisions and choices. I know that Coach Gonzalez and Coach Baron, I believe, are on here as well, and just eager. They really are, but they're also very appreciative of the guidance and just really what Superintendent Puig has messaged and the importance of safety. And so we kind of balance those out to ensure that the decision that is made in the best interest of our students. At this time, that concludes the presentation, but definitely welcome questions, specific ones, as we do feel that it's an opportunity to really to leverage some options here alongside Superintendent Puig. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Sandejo, thank you very much for that informative update. Dr. Puig?
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and trustees. Just want to underscore the point, the September 7th date is an ideal. We have to be very careful not to put an arbitrary date out there. And I say that because the science has to continue to drive the safety discussions that we have. We never want to jeopardize a child in marching band, a child in any kind of arena where there's contact, if the data suggests, and specifically the Dr. Wu's indicator suggests that it's not prudent for us to do that. So again, I just want to emphasize that September 7th date is an ideal, but we understand we're in an 8-week period right now, but we are looking at that data religiously so we can have some good information to share so we can make an informed recommendation and decision moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Puig. Board members, are there any questions or comments, concerns regarding the UIL presentation? No questions? I have a couple, Ms. Sandejo, if I may. Has there been any discussion at the UIL level? I know we've seen it at the collegiate level, some conferences pushing the fall sports back to spring. Has there been any conversation at the UIL level, for either 5A and above or sub 5A? Has that been entertained at all or discussed?
Yes, sir. I know that's been communication based on conferences, and I do know that Mr. Zamora, and I see him here now, he will be able to speak specifically to what has been shared during those DEC meetings currently. Mr. Zamora, welcome, sir.
Welcome. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. School Board President, Mr. Rodriguez, board members, Dr. Puig. Yes, as far as moving games or schedules back or flipping to the spring, that's already been discussed with UIL and our district executive committee, which is Church Cibolo, ISD. It will not happen like that. The schedules will not flip. The schedule will not be pushed back. What will happen right now, we are waiting for an answer from UIL to see if they would, those games that we would miss, if they're going to be considered a forfeit or a no contest. At this time, we're understanding it's a no contest, simply because we're going to be starting at a later date, if it is a later date. But that's what would happen at this time.
Well, thank you, Coach Zamora, for that. Certainly not what we want to hear, right? We want to compete. So then, how does that? So I guess the answer is at the three, specific to West Campus in this instance, because 5A and above, Southside High School has this potential start date of September 7th or sometime thereafter. I think you mentioned October. So as far as West Campus being fall categorized as 3A, it's just There's not going to be anything? Is that
at this point, there might just be one football game.
Wow. Okay. Not what we want to hear either, but we can't control that. Okay. And how is that? Last question is, how is that impacting at the middle school level? I know they don't follow.
Yes, sir. At the middle school, everything is will be started on. They're going to be started. They're going to go on us on South San and apparently Edgewood. So they will wait for us to begin sports, and they will have a modernized, adjusted schedule. Simply because it's a big 19. There's 19 middle schools involved, and they'll adjust the schedule accordingly to zones. We'll be in 3 to 4 zones. We'll play every sport if possible, but it'll be a shortened season, between 5 to 6 games.
Gotcha. Okay,
with no tournament, with no preseason tournament or postseason tournament, just the games.
Gotcha. Okay, so the middle school won't be able to play, but West Campus High School won't be able to play. It doesn't sit well with me. But yes, ma'am.
I was just going to share a note, the specific dates based on the October 5th return. There is a scheduled game on Thursday Night Lights on October 15th and October 25th. Based on the October 5th start, it allows just those lag hours that we need for that competitive play to begin and process through for those 2 games for the season. And so it really did impact just other opportunities. And Trustee Flores, if I may, we know that we have been processing even the Friday Night Lights and the Thursday Night Lights to make that recognition. And we're running out of potential football games on those light nights to COVID and the situation that we're in. So we're down to just a very, very short timeline for even our senior night, our parent night that are part of Friday Night Lights, that we want to celebrate our seniors as they do step on the football field, possibly for the very last time. So taking into consideration all that, unfortunately, we have been running down to very few games at this time to make those decisions. So it's been tough to process. The team has come together and tried to reflect as much as possible and to still be able to celebrate. And I remember the words from Mr. Gonzalez just this week, and said, Ms. Sendejo, this will wipe out our season. And I honestly did not have any words to reply and just really validate what he said because of where we are. And more to come, but we felt it was important. Superintendent Puig felt it was important to come before you and just really share with you where we are as of today.
No, we certainly appreciate that. So I have some follow-up questions that I'll share with Dr. Puig, and he can certainly share that back out to the board. But the last one would be that I'm glad, I'm super stoked that we can still have potentially a Southside High School football season and whatever parts we can salvage from that. So speaking to West Campus and not being able to have varsity football, us not being able to play this year should have some consideration and not having to wait that second year since we're not playing anyway. I mean, just something that some discussions that might want to be had, and certainly ask those questions to the UIL, saying, well, we don't have a season, so we're being penalized an additional year in essence. So, but thank you very much for everyone availing themselves and asking questions. Certainly this was an important update. I know it's not news we all want to hear, but nevertheless, we have no control over most of it. So thank you very much, Mr. Dejo, Coach Zamora, and staff.
I have a question, President Rodriguez, if you don't mind. Board, thank you so much. Dr. Puig, thank you for your time. So just to be clear, so that we can start letting kids know, so we can start letting our coaching staffs know on campus at South San and at West Campus, is the official start date for us October 5th, 100%? Is that what we're doing moving forward? Because we have to start planning, for our staffs so that, everybody can kind of get organized. And if that is a date, we have to get with our DEC to let them know that we will be, whether it's forfeiting or we won't be playing 3 district football games in in our district that is potentially one of the best districts in the state of Texas. We've got to reach out to those coaches so they can plan ahead and so that we can have a plan moving forward as well. So I'm just kind of, everything's in the air right now as far as the date. Do we have a specific date that we're going to stick to so that we can move forward with everybody that's involved?
Dr. Puig?
Coach Baron, thank you for the question. I would love to give everyone a specific date. All dates are tentative right now, and it's going to be based on the data we discussed earlier. Look, the reality is we all want to go out and play, and you have to plan. I would say that's a tentative date and plan accordingly as a tentative date. But to give you a definite date, that's very difficult given the situation we're dealing with that is so fluid with the virus. And so that's as real as I can give it to you. But you do have to be prepared that could be when we start. But to give anyone a definite date on anything on return, given what we're dealing with, and again, the data that we're looking at from Dr. Wu, would be irresponsible for me to say that. So again, plan on that as a tentative date, and then we will monitor it closely, and hopefully, God willing, that will be a definite date soon. But right now, it's tentative.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Dr. Puig. How do you recommend, or what do you advise us to, present to the district, to the DEC for the, the other coaches, the other teams that are involved? Do you have any advice? How should we approach it? How should we
approach as if we're going to play on October 5th? That's going to be the start date. It's tentative. Okay. You're going to have to position it with them and DEC that this is tentative. This is what we're aiming for. But everyone, not only us, needs to be prepared to be nimble, knowing that we may not be in a position to play because of the safety issues that we're potentially dealing with in our community. But let's plan as if that's going to be the date. But again, it's tentative.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Coach Baron, and I love the hat, by the way. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Senejo for the presentation, Coach Zamora, Coach Baron, certainly Dr. Puig for those responses, and we look forward to whatever seasons that we can salvage. Thank you very much. Ma'am.
President Rodriguez, we did make the valid statement that you made. We will certainly follow up with the TEA and follow up with Superintendent Puig to provide you the feedback based on the last question that you asked.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, they shouldn't be penalized twice, right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Sandejo. Next item on the agenda is the academic services presentation and update. Dr. Puig.
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and trustees. We've got slated for you tonight a comprehensive review of all of the academic services we provide. This is our core business. This is what we do. And so it's very comprehensive, and I hope everyone will really internalize everything that we're offering and doing, again, to give our children an amazing experience. We have a continuum of offerings that our new Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Servillon, is going to walk us through tonight. So with that, I'd like to invite Ms. Servillon to introduce herself and provide the presentation, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Puig. Good evening, President Rodriguez, members of the board, everybody else that's online hanging in there. This is going to be a meaty presentation as I walk you through all the academic side of the house, and as we've gone virtually, what we're doing right now to support our students and our families. Next slide, please. So we'll start with our asynchronous instruction. As I mentioned, we are all at home learning virtually, including our teachers. That's the way we executed professional development. And now we have rolled out our live instruction and asynchronous instruction model to our students. So with that being said, Mrs. Sendejo did reference our asynchronous instruction. What that encompasses is that we have lessons that are recorded so our students can view those lessons, work on those lessons, whether they were live at a time. Even our synchronous lessons are recorded and then archived so our students can go back and our parents can go back and assist and view them. They have until 11:59 to submit assignments and to view lessons. Also, or its asynchronous instruction includes web-based programming. So we have programs that support reading, math, science, social studies, and those are also available for our students and our parents. Next slide. I have on the next slide, thank you. I have our elementary schedule of services by day so that we can walk you through it and you can have an idea of what our teachers are doing and our students are doing. So at 8 o'clock, bright and early in the morning, we start and we have a warm-up activity, and we also ensure that our students are logging in. From 8:15 to 9:40, we have our literacy block, and what that entails is a 20-minute mini lesson for all our students. This is live. This is a synchronous instruction that is transpiring. And then we break up into 3 groups. The bright blue is also a small group instruction that would be synchronous live. And of course, those are recorded as well. So they're archived and we can go back and view them later if students are not logging in at that time. And then our green and our kind of hot pink, highlighted area, these are our independent work that students can go back and work while the teacher is working in a small group. We have a 20-minute break from 9:40 to 10 o'clock, and then we go into our math. Again, we have a 20-minute mini lesson that is synchronous live. All our students are there at that time or asked to be there. It is recorded, however, and archived as well, so they can go back and refer to it with their parents or at their own time. This is pretty much the same model that we're using with a little bit of variance for our secondary students. Again, we break down into small group instruction with teachers grouping kids strategically, and then looking at your green and your pink area, that's independent work. We have our lunch break for 40 minutes, and then we come back at 12 o'clock, and this is more of our asynchronous lessons that will be taking place in K3, 4th, and 5th. You can see that we're looking at science here. We're looking at social studies lessons. We're also focusing on writing. So again, this is going to be a lot of, it's less screen time for kids, less screen time for teachers. They can record these lessons prior to delivering the instruction, as long as those lessons are archived. Again, we can provide synchronous instruction, and we are asking to provide at least one time a week synchronous instruction for science and social studies, and then also for direct writing skills. Now, after 1:15, that's when our teachers, and I don't have that for you, but after 1:15, we have our teacher PLCs, and we also have our opportunity block. During opportunity block, that is when we're pulling out students that need additional support, our special education students, our English language learner students, and that would also be in a small group setting. So the day is over at 3:15. Next slide, please. Now, we do have support for our teachers and for our parents. So if they need tutorials on how to, use Google Meet or go into Google Classroom, all of these are archived also, so parents can go there on live links on our district webpage, as well as our schools web pages. We also have PD that we have delivered to teachers. Those are also archived trainings, and we have FAQ documents. So all of that's available to parents, to students, and to teachers. Thank you. Next slide, please. As we go into our early childhood model, I'd like to point out there are 2 big changes here. Next slide, please. So this year, we will be testing with Circle progress monitoring. This is the first year that we're testing with Circle. It's a very comprehensive literacy-based examination. We have a beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of the year. This will be done online. However, if students need additional support, the teacher will be logging in, and so will teacher assistants that have received training to assist students with the completion of the examination. Also, another large change, a huge change, is that we have a dual enrollment classroom, dual language classroom, sorry. And so that also is something that we've received a lot of professional development on, which I'll cover later on in the program, in my PowerPoint. And I will give you the specifics on the professional development that I have received. Now, looking at our circle assessment, that is a major change. We also ensured that our teachers receive professional development through Texas School Ready, Region 20, and they've already received 4 training sessions. And of course, we've also embedded virtual parent classes, and also our teachers are set to meet with parents, individual conferences, by September 11th. So they've scheduled those and they're meeting with parents on a one-to-one. So as we introduce students into a learning environment, pre-kindergarten, we want to make sure we touch base with the family. Next slide, please. So our teaching and learning. Next slide, please. This is, again, the meat of what we do. We're continuing with our alignment, looking at the alignment in literacy, in math, and in science and social studies. We're also looking at rigor and depth of knowledge. So we did commence working on a balanced literacy plan. We have that implemented for K through 4th. This year, our focus will be to continue that, but also work and launch on our 5th grade balanced literacy model. We are also, of course, looking at our mathematics, especially with a special focus in 3rd through 5th grade this year, and seeing how that is aligning. This year, we will also be introducing the M-Class screener through Amplify. That's for K through 5th grade. Now, it's important to mention, and I know you, in reviewing all our documentation, that you are cognizant that K through 2nd, is free of charge. We are actually now purchasing 3rd through 5th. K through 2nd is free of charge. State's picking up the tab because of our early literacy model. And then again, we are really focusing on writing, and this is writing across the grade levels, not just in 4th grade, like you're having a writing test in 4th grade, so we better hurry up and learn to write. No, we're looking at every grade level, building up our writing skills, and also embedding that into our lessons so it becomes part of our formative assessment of students. Next slide, please. So as we go on up to our middle school, we have a special focus on reading and writing workshops and in ELAR for 6th through 8th. And then we're also looking at the alignment of our mathematics, science, and social studies. Our focus in 9 through 12 is our new TEKS that now we have in English and in ELAR. So, and the resources that we're providing. So that's also been something that we're really focusing in with our professional development. Next slide, please. So as we move over to bilingual, dual language, and ESL, I had a very good meeting with Nikki Spears, and she and Lorraine and Denise really brought me up to speed with the innovative things that South San is doing with their dual language and how we're supporting our students. So right now, currently, we have 1,546 students that are identified as bilingual. And in our program, we start with our pre-K and K, which of course is our two-way dual language program. Here are students, I'm getting a little ahead of myself, are receiving their instruction. 10% is in English, 90% in Spanish. So if you're an English speaker, we talked about the support systems we have for those students that are receiving 90% of their instruction in Spanish in the core areas. And that has also been built into our opportunity block. In 1st through 5th, we are still in our transitional bilingual late exit program. And 6 through 12, we have our ESL pullout program for our students in middle school and high school. Next slide, please. So as we specifically look at dual language, here, of course, we want our students to attain full proficiency in English and in Spanish. As you can see, this is the model I referenced to earlier. 90% of the instruction in pre-K and K is in Spanish, 10% is in English. We target all the core content areas in Spanish, and it is PE, music, English, ESL or ELD that we target in English. Everything else is in Spanish. Again, we've received extensive training. Our staff has received extensive training. They have already attended Palabra Amiga. And we're also looking at attending RAS Kids, Frog Street Press, and ensuring that we also develop our teacher assistants that are working very closely with students. They are also delivering instruction virtually and assisting with small group instruction. Next slide, please. Now we look at our transitional bilingual program. We have the late exit. So we're looking at students that come in to our district and English is not their first language. We want to ensure that within 6 to 7 years, they will exit and they will be English proficient. And the breakdown of the language acquisition and instructional delivery by grade level, as you can see, is annotated in the box. So in first grade, we deliver our instruction, 80% is in Spanish, 20% is in English. As you can see, as they start going through the program, by fifth grade, we only deliver 10% of the instruction in Spanish, 90% in English. In third grade, as they start testing with STAR, that is when we start the exiting from the bilingual program, and most of our kids are actually exiting in fourth grade. And that's where we have the writing test. So that's where it all comes to play with the literacy. Next slide, please. So as we look at our ESL program, again, this is for our students in middle and high school. We have a pull-out program where we provide support for students that need that linguistic support. And we also assist them in the regular classroom when they are mainstreamed into the regular classroom. The pull-out program is more of a focus on English language acquisition through ELAR classrooms. And as far as our ELD, we really have a strong focus on ensuring that we can increase the students' oral linguistic ability as well as their academic linguistic ability. So there we gauge that through TELPAS and the scores that we receive from TELPAS. Next slide, please. As we go into special education, well, this number has grown. Initially, today I have a new number for us that Mrs. Silva shared with me. We now have 1,079 students that have registered that are identified as special education. And of course, they're receiving the same instructional format virtually that other students are receiving. So we have the asynchronous instruction, we have the lessons recorded, they're using the same online platforms. Now, what's going to be really advantageous for them and for all our students actually is the M-Class. As we start using that universal screener for our students, the universal screener will not only outline the areas we need to target, it will also prescribe lessons. So this can also be done online. This is an online program. With our special ed kids, again, we're pulling them out into small group instruction so they receive that additional support. That's during our opportunity block. And what was very interesting that I learned today is about the program they're using, News to You. So this is a high interest reading material for students that may not be at the readability level, and we know that a fifth grade student may be in. So in our specialized units, we have the News to You and their current event articles that students are reading and really enjoying. So that was something that I think is really awesome for our kids, because if you use a lower level reading book that says run, run, I mean, it's not interested in, it's not engaging. If we look at current events, that's going to be engaging. Next slide, please. So the programs that are under maybe not the special ed umbrella, but that are under the special ed department. We, of course, have the academic program that we just reviewed. We have the emotional for our behavior, our back units. Speech, of course, occupational and physical therapy. We also have our PPCD units, our life skill units, homebound, 504, dyslexia, and our RTI. So all of those programs are channeled through our special ed department. Next slide, please. So now we're moving into our GT services. We currently have 521 students that are identified gifted and talented. For all our students, of course, our teachers have to have the 30-hour training so that they can work with our gifted and talented students and ensure that they are challenging them at the level they need to be challenged. In elementary, we do have a GT specialist that clusters them, pulls them out, and works in small group with our GT students. And of course, in secondary, we have more specialized classes, honors, advanced placement, on-ramps, dual enrollment, early college. So there are a lot of opportunities for our gifted and talented students to be challenged. Next slide, please. So moving on to our guidance and counseling. We have a lot of awesome programs available for our kids. Mr. Gallardo has worked really hard, and so have our counselors, to really target the whole child. We have our Stanford Harmony, which really has a strong focus on social emotional learning and social emotional curriculum that we deliver to our students. And that's for pre-K through 8th. For pre-K through 12th, of course, we have the anonymous alerts where they can report anonymously if they have any sort of situation where they feel threatened, bullied, drug use, depression. Again, this is so that students can reach out to us and then we can support them. And of course, they can reach out about other students because it's anonymous. In 6th through 12th grade, for post-secondary support, we do have the school links that it helps us with our CCMR tracking. Next slide, please. And as we continue with support services for our students, for all grade levels, pre-K through 12, we do have the UT Health SA Texas Child Health Access through telemedicine. And here again, you know, kids can get online, they can have consultations regarding any personal health, mental health issues that they may be having in schools. We also have the Care Zone, which you heard about earlier, that we've partnered with, and they can also speak to the counselor. The counselor can direct them towards a mental health specialist and the Care Zone. And then we have our counselors that have office hours where they're also working with kids directly. And then we also have our online referral process. So all of that to support our students as they're right now at home and having to go through the COVID. Next slide, please. So as we go into our optional tongue twister, optional flexible school day program, this will be available at both high schools, at South San and at West Campus. We have our truancy officer that helps us coordinate this, and also our counselors. Last year, we did accept 75 kids into the program. 13 of those kids were fifth-year seniors, so it was eminent that they graduate. We had a total of 41 graduates out of this program, 2019-2020, so our 2020 graduates. So that's awesome. And as you can see, those numbers are still growing. Next slide, please. So we go into our adult education. And this was really heavily impacted by the COVID. As I went back, and Mrs. Orozco did send me numbers from 18-19. So you can see that this year we had a total of 29 students that were impacted and assisted through our adult education classes. For ESL, we had 23. And for our GED, we had 6 that completed. Last year, 18-19, we had 30 for GED and 32 for ESL instruction. So this year, we're waiting to go face-to-face to initiate our classes here at the district, but Region 20 has extended a service for our parents. And that is that they will allow them to register through Region 20. They have an online platform for ESL and for GED. That is going to be rolling out next week. We will have flyers. We will be posting that online, as well as those flyers will be going out during our meal distribution. So we want to let our parents know that they can still continue online for now until we can go back face to face. Next slide, please. So strategic planning and innovation. And this goes, next slide, please, into our middle school academies. And I have numbers for you. As you can see, as our STEM Academy, 6th grade, we have 145 students. 7th grade, 129. 8th grade, 95. At Shepherd, at 6th grade, we have 158 for the fine arts, 80 for 7th, and 93 for 8th. At the Health Science Academy, 6th grade, we have 99, 7th, 115, 8th grade, 57. And as we start up Kaizen, we have 50 students, as Mrs. Sendejo mentioned earlier. Again, our students do a lot of PBLs, project-based learning. They have AVID to support them. And they're preparing, of course, for our CTE programs at the high school. So this is a segue to that. Next slide, please. So our career and technology education. So we have 22 programs of study, and here are all our programs of study. Currently, what we're doing is we're analyzing the data and seeing which programs do not have the enrollment that we think it should have. We are thinking of phasing out, and speaking to Mrs. Hilton, we're looking at phasing out certain programs, but before we do that, we want to make sure that our program is rich and robust, and maybe has to be redesigned or maybe revamped in some, as it comes to certain programs of study. I know that we mentioned HVAC didn't have the student population. I was teaching and training, which are those kids that want to go into teaching, which surprised me because in some of the districts I've been at, that's like a really large program, the kids go into. So we're looking at that carefully. We don't want to say like, okay, we don't want this program of study, or this program of study is not working for us. Let's look at what the program of study is offering right now. Let's see how we are rolling it out to students, and let's see if there's something that we can do so that students want, or can capitalize on that program of study. Because if you are, HVAC, you can make a good living if you really know how to work with HVAC. So, we want to make sure that we connect that to our interest exams and then really see what we're doing with our program. Next slide, please. So our early college. Here again, I have enrollment numbers for you for 2020, 2021. If you look at our 9th graders at South San High, we have 119 students. West Campus, 49. 10th grade, all of the others are South San. We have one 10th grader at West Campus. We have 110 at South San. We have 11 at South San, at 11th grade, 97, and at 12th grade, 116. Of course, our partnership is with Palo Alto College, and all kids registered remotely this year for this dual enrollment classes. We also look at our Health Science Academy. 9th grade, we have 42 students, 10th grade, 57, 11th grade, 21, and 12th grade, 13. Again, the programs of study connected here are nursing science, pharmacy technician, and health informatics. So that's Omega. That is our last slide for the presentation, but I welcome any questions if I can elaborate, or we need an elaboration. Dr. Puig?
Ms. Servillon, thank you very much for that presentation. Dr. Puig, do you have anything to add?
Oh, well, just a question, Ms. Servillon. You mentioned the Reader Writers Workshop at the middle school level. Can you talk a little bit about what that looks like so they understand what that sort of literacy workshop entails?
Yeah, so we are doing a lot of very strategic guided reading with students. And even at the middle school level, we want to make sure that those students that have gaps in their reading, we can go in there and support them with leveled readers as well. And then with the writing, we want to go back to incorporating writing into every daily lesson and looking at that as a formative assessment and also doing that as a workshop. So as a workshop, we are also talking about the grouping of students, having a very specific lesson structure where students are going to respond in writing, and not only that, get feedback from teachers. And I'm not just talking about just grammar, I'm talking about really the ideas, the brainstorming and the processing, and then developing your writing skills. So of course, we know that writing is at the highest level of Erickson's model because you're creating. So you need a lot of skills to actually create and even write a sentence or a paragraph. So we want to break that down. And we also want to make sure that as we do the writing workshops, that we're very strategic with the students and the level of support that they need. We are looking at FastBridge, sir, and I think I mentioned that to you. That is also for literacy, but that is for 6th through all the way up to 12th grade if you want to use it. And it also is a screener. And it is a screener that will give us more information about a student's reading level and a student's writing level. And that would help us also with our reading and writing workshops.
Thank you. And again, this is our core business, so you'll understand if I have a few questions. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. With respect to the Health Science Academy, do we have any partnerships with hospitals in the area yet? And if so, what does that partnership look like in helping those kids achieve some of the credentials? Do we know that yet?
No, I don't know what partnerships we have, but I see that Bobby is on this call or on this Google Meet. So Bobby, can you elaborate on that for us?
Yes, ma'am. We are currently working with St. Philip's College to prepare the kids through the CNA certification. We had students participating for their clinicals at Mission Hills Nursing Home, but unfortunately during the pandemic, when it first began, they were removed immediately from that setting. And so we are currently working with St. Philip's College to prepare a path for the students to complete their clinicals. And St. Philip's College has received permission from TEA or from their accrediting agency to allow them to have the students complete their clinicals at the actual of St. Philip's College instead of at a nursing home or a hospital setting. So that's where we're at right now in that situation.
Thank you. Has there been any discussion about, and I appreciate the CNA, has there been any discussion, any visioning, any strategic planning long-term with some of our students pursuing an RN or even an RN bridge program? There are actually 4 high schools in Texas that are allowing students that are, very inclined in the health professions area to actually earn an RN. And one's in El Paso, one's in the Valley, very, very progressive and very aggressive academically. Has there been any discussion around that offering?
Yes, sir. Actually, with St. Philip's College, the path is that the students can, upon completion of the CNA, and then we offer them dual credit courses at the high school that will prepare them for acceptance or an application into the LVN program. And then that transitions them into an RN program. So St. Philip's College has that in place, and then we're working with them to prepare our students to apply and be accepted into those programs.
And I would thank you for that clarification. I'm actually thinking about the 2 high schools that go directly to the LVN and then go to the RN by the time they walk across the stage. So,
and actually for us to do that, and we have had this discussion at the high school, we would have to pursue the Health Science Academy as a P-Tech Academy, because they would have to have that ability to earn those credits while in high school. And that is a conversation that we have had at the high school and at the district level as well. We just haven't actually applied for the Health Science Academy to be a P-TECH Academy at this point. But it's definitely something that would be a very valuable consideration.
Yeah, as we think about really being a trendsetter here and with all of the medical facilities available to us and really seizing the future to provide something no one else is providing, I think that's something that we certainly want to discuss a little deeper. So thank you very much. That's all the questions I have, President Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Puig. Board members, are there any questions or comments regarding Ms. Servillon's presentation on our core business, academics? Yes, Mr. Rasco. Am I the only one who can't hear him?
No, I can't hear him.
I can't hear you, Mr. Rasco, either.
Okay, he's gonna exit and rejoin. Does anyone else have questions while we wait?
I do, Ms. Rodriguez. I just have a question.
Yes, Ms. Barapena.
I'm so sorry. Teresa?
Yes.
Ms. Teresa. On the health science, have we had the opportunity, because I know I do see that Baptist University is right next door to South San. Have we considered maybe asking like a partnership with them, since it's like a university for nurses, like things like that? Is that something that, might be in consideration, since it's just right there next to the South San?
Well, currently we are evaluating our offerings and looking specifically at our early college and our health science academy. So that is something that, we can look into. And even later on, when we start talking about P-TECH, when we present our P-TECH, or Ms. Sendejo presents P-TECH, and I'm just the backup singer, but you'll see that we're also trying to ensure that we have a very delineated pathway for our students to accomplish, to keep on, after they leave South San with a certification or with a, associates, what's next for them, and what opportunities can we develop for them by partnering with universities. So that's something that is very viable.
Okay. And this, for this type of program, they have to start as a freshman in order to be able to move up from a CNA to an LVN, or am I wrong? I'm not too familiar with it.
Well, the way that we have it worked out, so that, because it is a rigorous program, it would be best to start your freshman year. You could catch up, and I'm speaking, I don't want to speak out of turn, because there's different processes and procedures that sometimes I'm not aware of, but in thinking of the way we used to run it, you could actually go in your sophomore year and still come out with your CNA. Bobby, do you want to tell me how it works? Was that a possibility here at South San?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, if we continue with the CNA program the way it is, every student starts their program of study, regardless of the CTE program of study, with a freshman principal's class generally. And then they have the opportunity to switch when they get to their sophomore year. If they decide, well, I really don't want that program of study, I want to go into another program of study. So with health science, it's the exact same way. And with the CNA program, we currently are offering it to 9th graders. However, we are finding that we're wanting to prepare them for a stronger foundation for the CNA program. So we're actually working with St. Philip's College to move the CNA program to start in the 11th grade for the students, but then give them the principles, the medical terminology, and those foundation courses beforehand. The state of Texas actually has come out with some new programs of study, and this aligns well with the new programs of study put in place by the state. But with that being said, if we do choose to pursue the P-TECH route, where we can have students completing an LVN or possibly a bachelor's degree or an RN degree not a bachelor's, excuse me, an RN degree by the time they complete high school, then we would have to completely reevaluate which courses they'll take in that path.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And is this I know this is just right now for South San, is that correct? Is
Yes,
this
ma'am.
like
Yes.
also
This
going to
is South
be
San.
would this be also something passed on to, to West Campus? Or is
Well,
it just going to only be for South San?
Well, it's like if you're asking all the right questions. It's like you were in our conversation earlier today. Like it's exactly what we discussed. We were discussing actually the opportunities between both high schools and programs of study and how that would look. I know that right now we're trying to let the dust settle, with West Campus, trying to make sure that we have a continuum of services there as well, but being very strategic at how we're developing these programs. So that's something that we're already discussing right now. What is it, August? And so that we can make sure that by hopefully November, December, we have some sort of plan of action to present to Dr. Puig so that we can start, giving him our proposal, the way we're thinking, the way we want to bring in teachers, we want to bring in, of course, administrators, but we also want to bring in, of course, Dr. Puig into the fold so that we can see how that's all going to work out. But we are already talking about what we're going to be offering at West and what is viable for that as well.
Okay. And I just have one question. I'm not sure who it would answer it. The cybersecurity.
Okay.
Is that, I know we had talked about that. Oh, who was going to have that? Was it going to be Kazin or was that going to be West Campus? I don't remember. My memory
West
is
Campus.
West Campus.
Yes, ma'am. And we're going to present, Ms. Sendejo is going to present up next. We will be going over PTEC and some of the specifics as we continue to meet and continue to develop the program. We'll be giving you updates as well, but it is at West Campus.
Okay.
For next year, ma'am.
Next year? Okay. Yes. And my last question, for Kazin, what is the academy of choice? I'm sorry, it's just that I've just been out of loop for a little bit. So I just wanted to recap, like, what is going to be the academy for Kazin?
Architecture and design. So we have 50 students currently. And of course, we're looking to grow that program as well.
Okay.
Being very strategic with that.
All right. Okay. Well, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ibarra-Peña. I believe that Mr. Rasco get back online.
Well, we'll see. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. There you are.
Oh, okay. I think my computer fell asleep. So thank you, Ms. Servillon, for a very thorough presentation. And I don't want you to answer this right now, but I'm asking for maybe pretty soon when we meet. You showed some of the plans for what our remote learning looks like, and the slides that you showed were elementary. And I'm curious, can we please get kind of a breakdown of what that looks like for grades 6 through 12 pretty soon in a board meeting, so we can kind of see what our families and students should expect when they come to school in middle and high school, like what you provided for the K through 5, please.
Yes, sir. We actually have those. I put in just the elementary just to give you one sample of what we're doing so you can see how the day goes. Now, the secondary, I guess the biggest difference would be that we do it by core content areas. But yes, I have those. So, I mean, we can have them tomorrow to you.
Okay. Well, I'll go to Dr. Puig and say, if that's something we could get through him, that'd be great. So thank you.
Okay. No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Rasco. Any other board members have questions regarding the presentation? Mr. Flores, please, sir.
Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Dr. Puig, Ms. Servillon, I just want to thank you, Ms. Servillon, for this presentation, because I appreciate the plan that's instilled for the remote learning, right? Because I know I was concerned. I have a grandson starting out, and he's in special needs, and you identified it, and so I felt pleased that there is like this huge offering for them, and so and of course for the rest of the students, in the district, and I know it's not easy. You got your Dr. Puig, you and your staff have come out with an outstanding plan, and I'm impressed, and it just shows the rest of the offerings that we have, that we are a premier district, that we have a lot to offer, and that with the Savior seat and all these things, and we're selling this brand, that I know that we're going to succeed and do well, and I'm just super impressed, and I'm grateful that that I can be a part of this. I just want to see it grow and continue to move forward. You stepped in at the right time, and so I'm glad that you're heading this and you're getting it done, and you have support staff, Ms. Sendejo, Dr. Puig, the rest of the staff. So anyway, I just wanted to say that because I was really impressed. It was a long slide, but boy, did it had a lot. It was a lot on the plate, and I was like, so what's happening? IDEA has nothing on us, man. Everybody should be coming here to South San. And so anyway, that's what I wanted to say.
I couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Flores. Thank you very much for that. Ms. Alderete.
I just want to say kudos, Ms. Servillon. You gave that presentation in record timing, and you barely breathed during that presentation. So, and you were able to just put it all in there. And you said that it was a meaty presentation, and it was, but it was very informative. So my tummy's full. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all the work put into that. It's good to see that we have a plan from A to Z. So thank you.
And I would also like to thank the staff, the directors, the principals, because it was all of us coming together and really looking at our academic programming to put this plan together so that you would have a complete understanding of what we're doing day in and day out. So it was all of us, it was a team effort. And so the family slogan is very much South San.
Thank you. That's very important to me. So thank you for taking those voices. I'm very big on us listening to our principals and especially our teachers, because those are the people in the trenches. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Alderete. Any other board members would like to be recognized for comments, questions? Ms. Prado, please.
Thank you. Ms. Servillon, it was an excellent presentation, a lot of information. I was excited about the dual language program that's coming. I think it's going to be very successful. Under your leadership, I think it's going to really succeed and blossom. So you beat me to it. I was going to thank you and your staff for all your hard work, because it takes a team. You are the leader, but without your staff, it couldn't be done. So thank you, and thank your staff for a detailed report. I hope this is just the beginning, that this won't be the last report that we get from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm sure it won't be the last report, because Dr. Puig will want information and transparency.
Thank you, Ms. Prado. Yes, certainly, Ms. Servillon. Any other board members? I have a couple of questions, Ms. Servillon, if I may. You showed the special education numbers.
Yes, sir.
Do we have data available that's broken down by grade level and campus that might be shared with the board as well?
I can get that for you, but I don't have it.
Okay, thank you. And then we mentioned you discussed some options there under the guidance and counseling. Do we still have the Stop It app, or the Stop It on the website, where I think that was another avenue another mechanism to report, bullying and
Bullying.
anonymous stuff like that. And I think that's actually an app that the kids can download and use to report. So
in reviewing, well, we have Mr. Gallardo on here, so let me pass it to Mr. Gallardo because I don't want to speak out of turn, but in reviewing everything, I didn't see the Stop It app. Mr. Gallardo?
Good afternoon, everybody. Dr. Puig, Mr. President, members of the board, Ms. Sendejo, Mr. Villon. To answer your question, President Rodriguez, the anonymous alert is replacing our Stop It, very similar. But we wanted to look at some other options for this school year, and anonymous alert really stood out, especially in the COVID-19 era. So that will replace our Stop It, and they're very similar, sir. Have an app, and if you noticed on the slide, the students and parents, teachers can make all types of anonymous alerts. So we're just finalizing the last details, and that's going to be pushed out. And in working with Mr. Lalaman, that's going to be able to hopefully go on the Chromebooks of all of our students and iPads and the one-on-one devices that we offer our students. So, and of course, it'll be up on all the campuses, just like you see the Stop It, but it'll be anonymous alerts for this school year.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Gallardo.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. So we talked about, or Ms. Servioni mentioned, our ESL program and our partnership with the Region 20 online. And I know this is near and dear to Ms. Aldereta's heart in our pursuit to continue to assist our community members. Will we have the opportunity, or will that partnership with Region 20 provide resources? For instance, would they share their own Chromebooks for our the ones that are participating in the program? Is there opportunity for us to provide one maybe? How are we bridging that, from the individual to those actual online resources?
Okay, so are you talking about the teachers, the parents?
Right. So you were talking about the GED.
PD?
Yes, ma'am.
So yes, sir. I'm sorry. So PD, our teachers do have the equipment, or should have the equipment. If they do not have the equipment, they've been reaching out to us. So we do provide the equipment for all our teachers. So the training that's online, they have a laptop, they have document cameras. So we've been making everything as accessible to them so that they can go through the training. So that's coming from the district.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I must have misphrased my question. I was referring to the GED. The GED.
Okay, GED. There you go. Okay, so with the GED, that's why I was a little confused. Okay, so with the GED program, I mean, this is exactly a question that Ms. Sendejo asked me earlier. Maybe that's something that we can discuss further when we, about assisting our parents with a Chromebook so that they can get online. So we do have Chromebooks coming in for our pre-KK students. We have 2,500 coming in by August 31st, fingers crossed. So that's when we would have additional Chromebooks, and that is something that we can look at under the direction of Dr. Puig and see if, that's something we can facilitate for our parents that may need equipment in order to do their online GED courses or ESL.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, thank you very much for that, because I know we had the center, right, where the parents could come in and use that equipment. So given the circumstance that we're all in, let's see. So just two concerns. Not really questions. I've always shared a concern regarding our instructional coaches are there for our teachers, but always making sure, my concern was that our teacher is our greatest resource, and that making sure that they're spending enough time in the classroom, and we're kind of balancing that around the instructional coach time, right? And then all the lesson planning that goes into that. The more hours that the teachers can be in front of the students certainly is more beneficial to them. But I know that we need to support our teachers as well. That's just always been a concern with mine. Previously, there were some teachers that would share those concerns about how they're spending so much time with instructional coaches and spending so much time on going to lessons plan that they had to get a sub to get into the classroom to teach the kids while they were. So just making sure that we're balancing that as best as we can. And then the last thing was the CTE. Miss Sendejo shared some data at the end of last year. Certainly, we want to make sure that we are providing quality programs there, and I'm glad that we're taking the approach to evaluating. Maybe it's the curriculum, maybe it's just the way the program is built. So certainly look forward to that analysis and how ultimately that's going to impact, how we fund those CTE courses. So thank you very much for including that in your presentation. All right. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Servillon. I appreciate all the hard work and the dedication. I know you hit the ground running just like Dr. Puig did, and certainly just like Ms. Sendejo did. So we appreciate the passing of the baton like that and keeping it moving. So thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the P-TECH Academy at West Campus High School presentation. Dr. Puig.
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and trustees. We're excited tonight again to discuss another potential opportunity to separate us from the competition. That's the P-TECH Academy at West Campus High School. We have Mrs. Sendejo presenting, and her backup singer tonight is Teresa Servillon. With that, ladies, you're on.
Thank you, Superintendent Puig, President Rodriguez, members of the board. Actually, we have, it definitely is a collaborative effort. So I would say that we would be side by side. Ms. Servillon has come in and just really wowed our district and has worked really closely with our coordinators. And it's really wonderful to hear her validate just the family approach that we have embraced in South San. And we appreciate her for that. And just coming in with that open mindset and just literally sprinting, honestly, at this time with us, Ms. Servillon. There is a slide that Ms. Bobby Hilton will be assisting because she speaks that specific CTE language and the coursework and the crosswalks that I know she will definitely highlight it at another level for us. But with that being said, we are ecstatic about this opportunity with our West Campus High School P-TECH Academy, Pathways in Technology, Early College P-TECH Academy. We have embarked in this journey from last year in 2019. Trustees, if you recall, in November of 2019, Mr. Lallemand, if you can shift over. In 2019, we began the planning year application submission. Prior to then, there were collective meetings with parts of the committee alongside Ms. Bobby Shannon, Ms. Lorraine De Leon, Ms. Denise Orozco, and many others that were a part of the first steps to ensure that we met the deadlines to the planning application submission. With that, there were visits to other districts and conversations with many leaders to ensure if this was the right opportunity for us at our West Campus High School. It aligned just so wonderfully with that opportunity of growing our campus, creating a vision, and starting just those learning spaces that speak to P-TECH, early college, and other opportunities that soon will come. In February of 2020, we were excited at one of our meetings as we welcomed the TEA letter sharing the approval of the planning year of P-TECH for West Campus High School. The planning year consists of many key stakeholders. This has started this year in August all the way through the next school year at 2021 in August as well. We had a conversation very early on as to how would this look like and what partnership opportunities we would have. We have since known that Texas A&M came in at a right time to really provide us that support and that team approach, and really just stepped up for us, and that we value by far. With our staff, Principal Cárdenas, in our conversation a few months back prior to just really herself making the decision and having the conversations and the interviews of what she felt about P-TECH. That was by far one of the conversations we had, and she was fully on board. It was impressive to hear her vision and just to ensure that she understood and experienced some of it. So it was definitely a win there as well. Assistant Principal Kraus is also part of the planning of the staff, along with other district members. Mrs. Hilton, by far, again, she continues to support the process through. I do want to also share and just thank Ms. Sarah Croft. Ms. Sarah Croft is the College and Career Readiness Schools Models Leadership Coach with Educate Texas. We have had numerous meetings with Ms. Croft, and she has been extremely supportive as she has been a part of our district for multiple years as she assisted us with our early college at South San High School as well. So again, we express that gratitude to her as well and the rest of the team as we continue. Now we are definitely fast and furious with the planning timeline. Mr. Lallemand, can you shift over to the next slide there? We are anxiously awaiting October 2020 because that is the designation application window and it opens, and we are ready to embrace that, take time as a team to have those conversations and discuss that. January 2021 is the designated application submission due date. So again, the timeline is a very short turnaround. We feel comfortable, we feel confident that we've taken the time to process every opportunity through the path and identifying the highlight of P-TECH for us at West Campus High. Fast forward next year, 2 days further, the inauguration of the West Campus High School P-TECH Academy. It just sounds beautiful already. So we're looking forward to that celebration and August of 2021 to come together and just celebrate that in hopes that it would be face-to-face to really embrace it at a maximum level as well. Mr. Lallemand? What have we done so far? And this is where Ms. Hilton comes in and we invite her in to share with us specifically. I know that Ms. Ibarra-Peña, you mentioned the program of study, and here it is. The cybersecurity is the program of study for our P-TECH Academy, and then the specific steps that we have taken academically, developing those crosswalks. Ms. Hilton?
Through the P-TECH process, the students are given opportunities at varying levels, starting with industry-based certifications that they can take and without any necessary college certifications. So those that they can take will be the MTA industry certification through Microsoft, the CompTIA Security Plus, or the CompTIA Pen Test, which I believe is penetration testing. Those are the 3 industry-based certifications the students could take. And this definitely aligns with Palo Alto colleges offering these certifications as well. Then they can go up to the next level, which involves real specific coursework at Palo Alto College. And they can receive the level 1 certificate, which is cyber and digital forensics, or the level 2 certificate, cyber defense and operations. And each one builds upon the other. Like I believe, if I remember correctly, the level 1 is 33 hours credit. The level 2, the students will earn 42 college credit hours to earn those levels 1 and level 2 certificates. And then, the culmination would be after 60 credit hours of college coursework, and this is dual credit, so they're earning their high school credits along with their college credits as they're taking the classes. That would be an associate's in applied science in cyber defense and operations. Now that would hopefully at some point, we're working currently with Palo Alto College and Texas A&M San Antonio to partner to develop that crosswalk to the Bachelor of Applied Science. So that's going to be the conversations, including both Palo Alto College and Texas A&M San Antonio. This will align, and I have worked very closely, and I can't say enough, they recognize partners earlier. The people that we've worked so closely with at Palo Alto College have been Pam Foster and Joseph Coppola, who is the department chair that oversees this. And he and I have actually sat down with the TEACs from the TEA for the high school courses. And he's looked at, he works with the college standards for the courses they teach. And we have one by one gone through the classes and said, yes, this one partners with that one. And I'd be happy to share the actual crosswalks that we've created. But then along with that, we wanted to make sure that their crosswalk aligns with our high school 4-year graduation plan, because it still has to be something the students can finish in their high school coursework, along with all the other core content requirements, their math, English, science, social studies, all their electives, fine arts. So we have worked with that, and I appreciate Mr. Gallardo contributing to that conversation as well. We met today. He kind of pointed out that I left out the foreign language component. So it definitely takes a team to make sure all of this fits together. And so I've been meeting bi-monthly, sometimes or weekly with Palo Alto College. Like I said, they have been truly very accessible and very eager to support our program and partner with us. And our next step, and it's not on here, but I do want to throw in that now we're working together to identify business and industry partners who are going to come in and help guide our program, and also hopefully provide those work-based opportunities for our students as well. So it's exciting. I'm having a great time doing this. It's a great process, much support involved.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hilton, for that. I knew that you would just give it that extra push there and the specificity behind this slide. So thank you for that. Mr. Lalaman, next slide. We want to also highlight what is still ahead and really backtrack to June of 2020. That is when we began our meetings, our monthly meetings with Educate Texas leadership coach, and that is Ms. Sarah Croft. So it has definitely been ongoing and tremendous collaborative effort with our district, Palo Alto College, Texas A&M San Antonio, and of course our staff. So we're looking forward to even a larger opportunity here by welcoming our community, other stakeholders, and our staff and students to really transform this vision for us here in the next year. August 2020, moving forward, we need to, and in the process of identifying advisory board members, additional opportunity and information will be coming on behalf of Dr. Puig of what that outlines for us and that advisory board. As Ms. Hilton shared, the bi-monthly design and team meetings that has continued and will continue up until and after we submit our application. Develop the budget alongside with Mr. Baum and the team there. I know that Ms. Jennifer Collier and our communications team will definitely work their magic on developing our recruitment and marketing plan and just the vision through that. Developing our staff and planning for teachers and ensuring that we are all prepared alongside the instructors, and then of course the delivery of that content. We also have to determine what that professional development will look like and clearly plan and finalize those summer activities to welcome our students. Members of the board, as you are aware, typically in the fall, we welcome conversations into our 5th grade cohorts at our elementary schools and our 8th grade cohorts feeding into our high schools. That is literally around the corner. I believe, Ms. Cerveon, we are going to blink and it's going to be time to do that. Again, what we learned in observing and visiting other districts, what tends to happen is there's a lag in notification of the endorsement to the district. And we did ask that specifically by when do we expect after submittal. Technically is what Ms. Croft used, technical words, that 6 to 8 weeks would be receive the notification. She expects potentially longer just because in the state of where we are. However, we do not stop planning. We learned from the other districts that it continued regardless, and they waited upon approval from the TEA. And thankfully, it did come to their districts. Having and visiting with Ms. Cerveon, we talked about some successful P-TECH programs out in the Rio Grande Valley and the valley already that would be opportunities to really come together and have conversations of those experiences as well. I would like Ms. Cerveon and invite Ms. Cerveon to share, because what has happened when Ms. Cerveon came in a couple of weeks ago, or a few weeks, maybe 3, Ms. Cerveon, she has been literally at every single meeting. This is the next meeting, here we go. And it's always, again, with open arms and just embracing the learning and the background behind these academic initiatives for our district. And she has been a part of every meeting, along with Principal Cardenas and Assistant Principal Krause. Ms. Cerveon?
Well, we definitely are. Thank you, Ms. Sendejo.
Yes,
We have been at every meeting together. They've been lengthy meetings, very detail oriented. The important thing, and I did, Dr. Puig and I had a conversation that this program needs to be developed well, but not only that, we need to have students that join that program that are really interested in that program and really interested in learning cybersecurity. I know that one thing that was mentioned was 80% of our students should be able to complete the program. So that's something that we want to be very cognizant of as we start vetting kids for the program and ensuring that it does match their interests. And it's going to be intense and rigorous. That's something that we have to really keep in mind. Another thing is, as we look at the crosswalk, we look at the hours, and we were looking at that today. We look at 15 hours that are the hours we use for core completer, that can really transfer into any major. So you're talking about your Comp 1, etc., that can transfer into any major. So there are 15 hours that can transfer into any major if they decide not to go into cybersecurity when they go into college. So we've been talking about all those specifics, and we'll be bringing more information as the program starts to develop and evolve. I don't know if Bobby wants to add anything else, or Mr. Gallardo. We were all on that.
No, I was just going to say, I think we've covered it pretty completely, unless there are questions. But there's still a lot of work ahead, and and we're ready for the task.
So thank you.
No, I agree. I think it's exciting, and I know since last school year when Ms. Sendejo brought it to us, when he opened at P-TECH and at West Campus, and it's been in the making. So we're excited, and I'm happy to help in any which way that I can, or any of the counselors can, to recruit for the program.
Thank you so very much for that presentation. I'll pivot to Dr. Puig first before we open it up for board members. Dr. Puig, anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and trustees. I hope everyone can feel the energy. This started several months ago with the board working in collaboration with Mrs. Sendejo's leadership and her team, and still feeling the energy and the momentum. And really the reality is, look, this is perfect. And the reason it's perfect is the Alamo City is the epicenter for cybersecurity in Texas. We know this. It's perfect. At the Alamo City, I mean, we're the nation's second largest concentration of cybersecurity experts. So, wow, what a way to sell this program. So again, I'm just, I know it's late, but I get chills listening to the presentation that was provided tonight. So thank you, Mrs. Sendejo, Ms. Cerveon, your collaboration, Mr. Ojala, Ms. Hilton, and I know the countless others that are involved. It's just amazing to just, create a new future and seize it. And it started several months ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Puig. Board members, are there any questions, comments, observations regarding the P-TECH presentation?
I have a comment.
Ms. Shirley Baripania, please.
Yes, I want to thank everybody for this presentation. I really enjoyed it, and I'm very excited. And also what I am very excited is that South San is going to be seen in a positive way, away from the negativity that we were getting in the past. And I I'm very excited. I mean, I can't express how happy I am that now South San is going to be known for something creative, something that's being offered to our students, and putting South San back on the map. And I'm very happy with all this hard work that everyone's put in, the staff, Dr. Puig and Ms. Sendejo. I know you had a lot of obstacles when you were our intern superintendent, and I'm really thankful for everything you've done. And Dr. Puig, you have done well with it for us too since you started. And I'm very happy that you're on board with us. And I just can't express how happy I am with everything. That's how it's turning out for the good, the positive. And I just want to continue with the positive teamwork and working together to for our staff, for our students. I'm just ecstatic. That's all I have.
I couldn't agree with you more, Ms. Ibarra-Peña. Thank you for those comments. Any other board members would like to be recognized or have any questions? Well, I would certainly say that if I could enroll in this program, I would. I mean, we are hitting the nail on the head here. It's a no-brainer, and Dr. Puig, second only to Washington, D.C. And, and in all honesty, the vision started more than a few months ago. Back then, the board members were Ms. Palo, myself, and Mr. Flores, who were looking for something, we had a vision for our school district and how can we grow it? How can we attract enrollment? What can we offer that's unique? And time again, we landed on cybersecurity. We're across the street from Port San Antonio. It just made sense. And I'm glad that the entire board now is on board and supportive of it. It's definitely going to put South San Antonio Independent School District on the map. And the pathways here that we are going to offer are definitely, unequivocally, without a doubt, without hesitation, are going to put our graduates right into the workforce in what's most needed, what's in high demand, and the demand is only going to increase. So I'm definitely excited. I'm excited about the process as it moves along. I know Dr. Puig, part of that is the vision and the planning from a facilities perspective, and how is all that going to tie together, and how we all going to make it fit. Sign me up, because it's definitely exciting, and I just can't wait. I can't name everybody, but thank you to everyone who's partaking in this, and just put it in the hours, and certainly our partners at Texas A&M San Antonio. So thank you so very much for that. The next item on the agenda is our discussion and possible action. The first item on the agenda under discussion and possible action is discussion and possible action to approve the property and casualty insurance renewal through TASB Risk Fund. Dr. Puig.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I would like to recommend that we approve the property casualty insurance renewal through TASB Risk Fund. I would like to forward Mr. Baum to kind of give a quick overview of the renewal process and some other considerations for the future. Mr. Baum?
Yes, sir. Dr. Puig, Chairman Rodriguez, member of the board, members of the board. It's good to see you guys. I hadn't talked to you in a few hours now. So this is an annual renewal that we bring for insurance, for property and casualty insurance on our district. I'll take you back to 2017 when the TAPS co-op went belly up, if you will, and we found ourselves without liability coverage, property coverage, casualty coverage, and we reached out to TASB in December of 17 and obtained insurance through them. We did a renewal in 18, we did a renewal in 19, and we are asking for a renewal again for the coming school year. The property and casualty market for school districts in Texas is very tough. We have gone through some weather difficulties, be it the fallout of Hurricane Harvey up in the northwest part of the state. Winter Storm Goliath a couple of years ago really wreaked havoc, and then the various and sundry tornadoes in hailstorms across the state. So the insurance companies have taken a beating, and there's not many people that want to be in the school business that want to be in the insuring of school businesses. You know, when you look at our physical plant, just the enormity of it, the number of buildings we have, the number of rooftops that we have, the number of vehicles that are on the road, it's an expensive endeavor to insure all of our property. I do hope that we will seek some other opportunities. I think TASB has served us well. I think they will continue to serve us well. But Dr. Puig is good about reminding us that we are constantly applying for our jobs, each and every one of us. And we would ask that you renew this year with the expectation that we go through a proper vetting process, a proper bid process in obtaining coverage for the coming year. But our recommendation at this point is to renew. You will see that there's an increase in premium of $79,000. That is absolutely in line with what we are seeing across the state. That's unfortunate, but my word to you is that we will seek every competitive advantage that we can, and we'll do that across the board. But at this point, our recommendation is to renew with the Texas Association of School Board Risk Fund.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baum. Certainly, thank you, Dr. Puig. Board members, hearing Dr. Puig's recommendation, I will entertain a motion, and then we can open up for discussion. At this time, do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Rasco. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a second by Ms. Alderete. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Michelle, we can have a roll call, please.
Casey Alderete.
Yes.
Gilbert Rodriguez.
Yes.
Connie Prado.
Yes.
Shirley Ibarra Peña.
Yes.
Homer Flores.
Yes.
Kevin Rasco.
Yes.
Veronica Barba.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Puig. Certainly, thank you, Mr. Baum and board members. Next item on the agenda is approve the district administration to solicit qualifications for the following selected professional services: legal counsel, financial advisor, auditor, and architectural firms to be retained for use in future district services. Dr. Puig.
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and trustees. When we were considering this item, and I say we, Mr. Rodriguez and I was hearkening back to the process that I'm in right now when I applied for the job, and that is really scrubbing every MOU, every partnership, every relationship, every vendor, every professional service carefully. And as Mr. Baum said, that is my personal philosophy. I'm applying for my job right now with you. I am not comfortable, and nor should I ever be comfortable. I'm always applying for my job. And we talked about that during my interview process, my first 90 days, really assessing, making sure everybody understands it's a privilege to work for South San ISD. It's a privilege. And we want everyone to remain, quite frankly, just with that mindset that everyone is applying for their job every day, whether it's a presentation they do for us, whether it's a presentation that I do for you, whether it's a presentation that a vendor does. We heard a lot of them tonight. Everyone is applying for the privilege to work with us. And so with that mindset, it's important that everybody understands we can never be in a state of equilibrium or stasis or being still. We have to constantly, if we're serious about improving, everyone needs to understand that to work with us, we have to be 1% better than, at least 1% better than we were yesterday, or at least 1% better than I was 5 minutes ago. And that takes a mindset, because to improve, that means we have to change. But everyone needs to remain in that mindset that it's a privilege to work here, and I apply for my job every day. And sometimes we have to ask folks to apply for their job again. We have to keep everyone on their toes. And so, in having that conversation with President Rodriguez, I think it's important to remind all of our partners that we should never be comfortable, no matter how long the relationship. It's important that we go out and, in that spirit of keeping fresh, looking at every vendor MOU carefully, and including professional services. So that's the prism through which we work through to come up with this recommendation. And so with that, I'd like to recommend that we approved the district administration to solicit qualifications, not select, but solicit qualifications for these professional services, legal counsel, financial advisor, auditor, and architectural firms to be retained for use in the future district services. So that's the recommendation, Mr. Board.
Dr. White, thank you very much for that. Before we open it up for discussion, the chair will entertain a motion on this item.
A motion to approve.
I have a motion by Ms. Alderete. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Flores. Is there any discussion on this item?
Discussion.
Ms. Prado, please.
I'd like to, I want to remember, and then maybe Mr. Rodriguez, you can refresh in my mind, but I think wasn't too long ago, maybe the beginning of this year, where we actually went out for RFQs for the professional services. I think it was like sometime the beginning of this year, if I'm not mistaken. The RFQs were done, and at that time. So I don't understand, if they were already done once, why are we doing them again, and why now? Why is it that we can't wait to do this until after the election? What is the rush to get this done? Dr. Puig?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Puig,
go ahead, sir. President Rodriguez?
Yeah, I'll certainly can respond. I will afford you the opportunity first, but if you don't mind. So yes, Ms. Palo, thank you. That's a very fair and good question. So in conversations with Dr. Puig, when we were discussing this item, we certainly did. I did mention to him and subsequently shared the responses to those RFQs that we did receive earlier this year. I think if you recall, we actually asked for that information to be shared with the board so we can review what those were, since those services serve at the pleasure of the board. So in doing so, and Dr. Puig sharing what he just shared on his 90-day plan, zero-based budgeting, and just really assessing where we are as a school district, where we want to go, how we want to build our budget. And quite honestly, I'm in agreement with Dr. Puig on everybody needs to reapply for their job. Everybody needs to consistently apply for the job. You know, when we become complacent and mediocre and comfortable, then it's just human nature to become just not as efficient, not as eager, not as excited to deliver those particular services. So I was in complete agreement and support of, and the fact that we're doing it again, there's been a lot of financial change in the landscape, right, with COVID. Everybody's having to renegotiate. We put some of our partners on notice this evening about, you know, where we stand from a budget perspective, from revenue sources, and what that overall financial landscape looked like. So I was in complete agreement and supportive of putting those items on the agenda. Ms. Prado, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, and I understand we all have to be self-conscious about our finances. I agree 100%. But this is not, this is a request for qualification. And like I said, I think this has already been done. So I understand and I respect your opinion as well. But I just think that if we're just doing requests for qualifications and that's already been done, why are we doing it again? In fact, the board that is sitting here now, me personally, just my opinion, we should table this and hold off on this until after November 3rd. And then at that time, if the board wants to do RFQs or whatever it is, then let that board take that action to do that. And this is just my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Prado. Mr. Flores. You're on mute, Mr. Flores.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Dr. Puig, President Rodriguez, when this agenda item came up and I saw it, I specifically remember making that request for RFQs, and I looked back, and I made a screenshot of Miss Connie Prado's president, and it was February of 2019. That's when we did the RFQs for all the services like legal and such. It wasn't this year. It was the year prior, in 2019. And so I support this. I think it's a good thing that and again, it's my opinion, but I think it's a good thing to look at it, and maybe it's overdue. And I myself have to work for my own job and keep a performance and be accountable. And so I think that those that work for the board should be looked at too. And so thank you for what you're saying, Dr. Quigg and President Rodriguez. And so I hope that we can work together and work through this. But it was a year and a half ago or so that we actually did this. So I just wanted to bring that to some clarity. If you want to look back, looking at February 2019. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for that, Mr. Flores. Dr. Puig, did you have a follow-up, sir?
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez. Yes, sir, I did. I just want to emphasize something too. We appreciate our partners, and our partners work tremendously hard for us. So I want to make sure that we're not signaling anything other than, hey, let's take a close look at this opportunity. And there's a new governance team together, and there's some precedents for this in the past. But again, we want to signal that, we do appreciate our partners. We appreciate our auditor and our financial advisor and our legal counsel and the architectural firms. But at the same time, gosh, we need to really send the same message that, wow, if you're going to be part of us, you need to really get into that ethos of who we are. And that means it's not about just, going along with whatever that we say, whether it's the school board in this case, but it's about being a real collaborative partner and challenging us in the right kind of way to think differently about, for example, architectural spaces. Rather than just go along with putting boxes together. And I'm not suggesting that's what's happening, but I'm giving an example of some of my experiences. And we just need to push people to think deeper about not only what an honor it is, but how we expect our partners to be as big as visionaries as this team is tonight. And so that's really where I'm coming from. And I know I talked about that during the interview, but that's what I have. And yes, Mr. Flores is exactly right. It's out there where it was actually the financial services and the audited services and architectural services. So we're adding 4 tonight for your consideration. And thank you again for allowing me to present this recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Puig. Ms. Alderete?
I got something.
I think that if we can grill teachers, if we can grill principals, and I don't mean grill in a bad way, but to make sure that they're up to par, right? If we're looking at coaches, and we're looking at our whole entire team.
I'm sorry, Ms. Alderete, let me interrupt you for 1 second. Scott, if you can, Mr. Lawman, if you can mute whoever's broadcasting that background noise. I can't really hear Ms. Alderete. Or if everyone can can you please mute your microphones?
I believe that's Ms. Alderete's TV, sir.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, okay. Can
you turn this down? I'm sorry. Hold on here. My husband's watching TV. I'm sorry. He's not even watching. He's asleep.
Okay.
But if we can do all of that, right, and just make sure that they're up to par, and that they're playing the way we need them to play, and that they're giving us what we need them to give, then these are some of the most important aspects. Some of them inside the classroom that are important to our district. So, such as the financial advisor, the auditors, the architects, and even legal services, right? I mean, it's a very important part of our district, especially when it comes to the board, because essentially, if there's any screw ups there, it's not them that's going to get pointed at. It's going to be us. So I just think that this is a fair request, and I'm glad that you actually brought it to the table because I think it's time. So thank you very much for that. I don't see why there should even be a problem. If anything, it's a very simple request. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alderete. Any other board members wish to make a comment? First round, 1 second, Ms. Prado. Anybody want to leave out for a first round? Okay, Ms. Prado, second round, ma'am, please.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. First of all, let me make it clear. I don't object to it. I agree we should do this, and maybe we should do it once a year. I think it's a good idea. And that's not my objection. My objection is that we should wait until after the November 3rd election. That's only 2 months away. What difference does that make that we wait 2 months to get this done? I mean, what is the rush? Doesn't matter. It's only qualifications, and we should wait till the new board is seated to have this request go out. I'm not objecting to it. I think it's a good thing. Everybody's, as Dr. Puig, I told Dr. Puig, we're going to do a pandemic scrub on some of these contracts. And I think we should also update their qualifications, and this is an opportunity to do it. But we have to remember that November, we may have a different board. So we should allow that board that opportunity then to do it. So I don't have an objection to it. It's just the timing of it being done. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Prado. At this time, I have a motion on the floor. I have a first and a second. Michelle, we can take a roll call, please.
Can I say something real quick?
Mr. O'Hanlon, unless you're going to comment whether this item on the agenda
it's not about. We just did architects a couple of months ago.
Okay, we understand that the board has entertained the item and had the conversation. We are going to proceed with taking a roll call on the vote.
Okay.
Michelle?
Stacy Alderete,
Yes.
Gilbert Rodriguez,
Yes.
Connie Prado,
No.
Shirley Ibarra Peña,
No.
Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Rasco,
No.
Veronica Barba.
No.
Motion fails. The next item on the agenda is closed executive session. The board will return into open session and take appropriate action, if any, on items discussed in closed session. No action will be taken in closed session. Further, board members are reminded that all items discussed in closed session must remain confidential so as to avoid liability to the district. Although members of the board are not gathered at a central physical location, we do have a responsibility to ensure that we are in an area that allows for individual privacy and no interruption. Closed meeting pursuant to Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, and 551.0821. Item discussion concerning personal matters pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, and the time is 11:34. Board members, you should have another invite in your inbox for the executive session. I think we're just waiting on Miss Barba. There she is. Okay, it looks like we have been, everyone. The Board of Trustees will now reconvene back into open session. The time is 12:04 a.m. Next item on the agenda is adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned at 12:04. Thank you, everyone. I know it was a marathon, a lot of good information, a lot of good things happening, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Good night.
Good night.